Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Happy Thursday. Let's see what's going on. I'm keeping an eye on ABBV right now. They did have phase 3 results news come out. So watching that. I'm listening. They're talking about a Trump tweet that came out saying that like the phase 1 China deal is like 60% of the entire deal. Bobby, good morning. Hanky, good morning. Facebook and Apple. Right on. Can you guys hear what's going on in the background here at my house? Like downstairs cooking kids and breakfast, and just don't know how loud it is. Twilio and BYND. Did Twilio took a hit last night, right? You guys? Yeah. 107.70 to 98.99. Yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on that. Give it a few minutes. Just kind of see what the market, how it reacts to this news. I did. I did see that. And that's good news. I am in AbbVie. I'm not holding a huge. I mean, I have commons and I have, the 80 call or was it the 80 calls? 80 calls for this week. Not holding a huge position because they have ER. I want to say maybe tomorrow morning or something like that. Wayfair. So everything's down out of the gate. Seven. This does not look like it's just zoomed out too far. Let's go see. I'm gonna keep an eye on like the tick and trend for a few minutes and see what's going on. And I may have to, I may not be able to stream all day today or just take some breaks because I have some things I have to set up. We have a kid's Halloween party going on. Twilio's still dropping 96. So CME pretty much still holding and getting a pop. And I got some alerts going off. Alta 237.54, so it's down. That's gonna have to go on mute. Mute. Let's see what ABBV is gonna do here. Somebody asked this morning if this was like a sell the news thing. I don't think so, but the entire, if the market is pulling back as a whole, and ABBV does kind of do this. I don't have a big position. So it's okay. I'm gonna look at Black Box here, pull up the platform. Lots of stock alerts, nothing on the option side yet. So far, ROKU looks pretty good out of the gate. And WDC dropping. I want to go look at take a shot at that. I like to wait 10 minutes before I buy anything. 55, 57. And it gap below everything. ABBV, where are you going to bounce? The 55s on WDC, the puts 97 by 110. Let's look at this. I'm going to pull this up on a 4-hour chart. See if we can find something more than the line that it's at right now. 52, definitely. Key is 51, 53-ish. $55.46, and they're talking about Amazon. Holy. I saw some news this morning, and I don't know who it was, but one of the retailers that was talking about how their profits have increased significantly because of their sales on Amazon. I wonder if that has anything to do with it. I doubt it, but I just don't know. You know, what else is making Amazon move? When the Qs are flat at the moment, you know, SPY's down and then flat at the moment. Like, what's making this run? And I get a little concerned when it's running like this. And this is not, you know, I'm not chasing Amazon right here. If I want to try to get in it, I'll wait until we get a little pullback. These WDC 55s are $1 now, which is better than when I looked at it the first time. $94 by 97. And I filled on that at $1. The WDC 55s. Very, very small. I mean, it's right here on the 200. Chasing at this point. There is somebody in the room, for those of you that aren't in Black Box, that picked that up, that I kind of followed. Mythical, nothing real, I don't know, nothing real safe yet. I picked up a WDC put. But I'm kind of waiting to watch some things shake out. For some reason, you know, we've got SPY's pretty flat. The Qs are now moving up. But Amazon is just cranking. And CME is moving. I'm still in CME from yesterday. And those CMEs are red. And that was decay overnight, right? Wednesday to Thursday, with CME taking that hit, those contracts went red. I mean, they were already red, but they went red more. So, but we're getting a nice, see if this can continue this morning. And nice pullback on Apple here. Big drop on ZM. They have some news? No. So we'll see what happens with ZM, but it's looking a little weak today. And there's your pullback on Amazon. So, you know, this is something you play. If you don't, if you've got a smaller account and you're not used to playing something like Amazon, those contracts can fly. But, you know, approaching the 34, what is that? No, hold on. Let me change this because I didn't save that from yesterday. That's still the 9. Let's change that to the 34 and change the 5. 9 EMA. There we go. Popping back up there. So there's a bounce right off the 8 EMA on Amazon. It looks like BYND. Hells, thank you for sending me that picture. I really appreciate it. That was awesome. Perfect. Tesla pulling back here after that nice run. And BYND is accelerating to the downside. Pull up that chart. I'm just listening at the same time here. Yeah, it is. Man. Yeah, that 80 is gonna be a bear to get through. Is that gonna be it for the pullback there? Anybody see anything else? There's some oh, those are blocks. These apple blocks. Nothing yet. As far as alerts go on the options side. And there was your bounce off the 8 on Amazon. Bounce on Tesla. I'm gonna be honest, I'm just not feeling it yet. I'm tired. I was up last night talking to a buddy pretty late, so I'm just giving myself a little time to just to kind of get in the groove. But if you guys got anything you want to look at, we can look at it. Tesla looks like it wants to be green. Those beyond puts would be sweet. Now, but yeah, they would. Let's see, May jump in on Amazon. Yeah, that spot there on the normally right there on the 8, I would have taken that, but um, yeah, I'm just not pulling the trigger yet. Beyond rejecting right here, or looks to be. I need to change the color of the 8 on this one so that it matches. No. I'll use blue. I'm going to change them all to blue, I think. All the 8s, so I know which one that is. I keep messing with my charts and changing the colors of the lines, and then I'm like, oh, which one is that? Oh, yeah, okay, that's the 80 MA. But so far, has not been above it. And ABBV just not doing anything exciting on that news. Does not seem to care. All right, I need to go back and look at WDC. They're green, but 5%. Apple making a nice move here. I wonder if Apple is going to hold this gap. And it's rejecting VWAP right now. Do have the 34 below it still. This wouldn't be a bad place. You did make a higher low here. I would have rather see, drop down past these opening candles and then pull back. But again, like you'd know pretty quick if it busted through VWAP, then you're out. But right now it's making a lower high, so it is pulling back. But, you've got this support here. If it stays above the 8 and gets through VWAP, then it's going the other way. What about ROKU puts? Let's go look. Ooh, ROKU. ROKU. I mean, you've got, let's look at this on a 2-hour. See what we see. I like it. I would wait. Maybe wait for a pullback. At least at some point it's going to pull back. Here you go. Maybe try this at the 8 here. And the only thing is it's so extended here that it may go through the 8 and then go a little further. Here, come here. You're wearing dark lipstick?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's for my costume.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Wait, did they see me?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Okay. All right, here's your pullback on Roku. Let's look real quick. So I actually like that. Trump says U.S. China working to pick new site to sign phase one trade deal. Okay. Does that news matter that they picked a new site? I don't think so. I am I think this one is interesting enough to take a shot at. And there is some flow coming in on they said 155 puts, but man, those are $10. 144s are $2. Yeah, there's some put flow coming in. And they're buying puts out to next week. All right, so I got a 145. I filled 221, 231, 231. Uh, who called out option Chalet? Thanks for the heads up on Roku there. We'll see what happens. I like it though. CME is moving up. See if ABBV is taking a shit still. 7933. No, it's coming back. You have a 144 putt. Sweet. There were some puts coming in on Roku for next week as well. So there's some money coming into it saying that it's going down. AGRX unhalted. Let's look at Roku. I'm gonna pull up a 5-minute chart and pivots. I don't even know what that is. Oh, YouTube. I got a thumbs up on YouTube. Thanks, Bob. So the fib pivot on the 5-minute S3 here, 144.57-ish. And it just went right through that. Sweet. Go Roku. And ABBV had a nice bounce. Let's see if this can continue to push up. CME, I think those are going to pay out too. Oh, we're close. I'm close. I bought high. All right. So if you're green on Roku at this point, start looking at how much are you trying to make? What does the chart say? Well, right now it hasn't made it above this 8 EMA. How close are you on your contracts? If this goes above the 8 EMA and starts pulling back, are you going to go red? Like, keep an eye on that. If it doesn't break above, these last candles and it just rejects and keeps going, then you're okay. But if you get this pop, Roku could very easily, not saying it will, I'm just saying be careful if, it depends on your risk tolerance. But if it pulls back and starts to pop, are you going to go red? And is that okay? Just something to keep an eye on. And that when I'm looking at this, that's kind of what I'm looking at is how far can this go before I start to go red, and am I okay with that? Okay, we just got a repeater bullish. They are buying Facebook. This week's 200 calls, they're paying 70 cents. So bullish on Facebook this week. All right. I want to keep an eye on CME. Wow. All right, I'm up about 30% on those Roku puts. Oh, so they got some analyst coverage. I don't know which analyst. Analysts estimate Roku to report a decline in earnings. What to look for. Roku gains as market dips. Let's see. I guess somebody put a 105 price target on it, but so that is probably the dip this morning. So I was in at 231. So I filled half 231 to 274 on half that position. Just taking some of the profit off the table in case this does this, right? Well, the puts coming in, I think there is still some potential for some more downside. So I've given it a little room here, but I did take some of that off the table. All right, so let's see. Facebook. Facebook is like right at where you would look at this pre-market. There was some resistance there, which could act as support. Let's take a look at that. Look at extended hours here. I don't know why it's not. So this was near the close yesterday here down at 188. We're at 184. So you got 190, 194.05-ish, where you hit some resistance before popping through. It didn't come down and test that pre-market, which I would have liked to see. So maybe just keep an eye on it and see if it can get through this 8 on the way back up. And it's rejecting right now. What did we say? Blue? Blue. There we go. But it is rejecting the 80 MA right now. And see if ROKU can stay into this 145.74. WDC, the one that called it out, he's out of it. And I'm not even looking at the chart yet. But it's up 45%. So before I go look, I'm out half. Just taking it. Go look. CME 208.07. So yeah, they are green now. Nice. Oh, I put 168 up there, which I did say yesterday. I didn't correct that, sorry, but I did average down on that one yesterday. And I know we always say don't do that, but I did. Facebook and Apple both chopping around support. What are your thoughts for the day? Give me just a second. I'm glad I closed out of half that WDC. I'm going to get out of the rest of it just because I'm watching too many other things. So WDC, I'm out. And the last contract's 30%. ROKU. Is popping a little bit here. I'm going to give it another candle. I mean, it may pull all the way back to the 34, right? But I'm still green. And if it pulls all the way back to 34, I likely won't be. All right. Maybe that continues. So I'm going to put an alert right there. Now I can go look at Facebook for you for a second. Yeah, those Facebook calls are coming in. You asked me what I thought. T. Lambton, I called out this area right here as being resistance. This line at 194.05 was resistance, so you want to see that act as support. Now, there is bullish flow coming in. It did cross. It looks like it's crossing above that 80 MA. There is bullish calls coming in. So there are a lot of other people that think that it's going to do well. Calls into GLD look good. I'm actually interested in this Facebook right here. Let me see what that alert was. It's the 200 calls. What did they pay for those? 70 cents. $6 out of the money. But it wouldn't take much, I don't think, for those contracts to start moving. Yep, and there's a nice little pop. Maybe an upgrade tomorrow. The earnings was not bad. Yeah, that's kind of what I was seeing. Those 200 calls that they paid 70 cents for are now 40 cents. And there's a ton of volume in them. Now, this might not work because it's taken this dip, but I'm going to try it. God, now they're 30 cents. They are... Did they buy this week? Why were those so... Yeah, those are this week's. Same contract. I am going to take a shot at these. And I will risk likely to low a day. $0.37. That's what I filled. What about next week? 200. What are those costs? Those aren't bad. I mean, $1.20 by $1.23. There is some volume on those. I'm just following the volume on this one. I'm following the volume and the flow on Facebook. Repeater bearish on GPS. But yeah, giving yourself some more time out to next week if you like Facebook. Not a bad plan. If you're okay, swinging it if this thing starts to drop, I would just UVXY is spiking. ROKU still coming down. All right, CME, I'm going to trim a little more. It sounds like we may get some acceleration to the downside. That's what I'm hearing. I'm doing a couple different things all at once, so I'm trying to protect some positions. So I'm out some more of that CME green. Those filled at 172. And I have averaged these down to 124. WDC, I got out of that one, but still dropping here. ROKU still dropping. Still have half that position. Still got a little CME left. Keep it on. Oh, Facebook. That's not good. All right, so the next spot that I'm looking for in Facebook to hold is right here. But the entire market is taking a drop right now. Look at UVXY just shooting up right there. This was a previous line I had on SPY, probably from yesterday at 302.56. But Q's taking a dip, SPY taking a dip, UVXY spiking, everything else is dropping. I'm going to go look real quick. Alert on Facebook. See if we get any kind of pullback on it. Yeah, let's see what we see here. No. Tick still less than minus 500. The trend, though, is really, really high. 1.69, I think is what that says. Which indicates, risk off. People are taking stuff off the table. All those things combined, like SPY, UVXY, SPY dropping, Q's dropping, UVXY going up. ES futures going down. Let's see. We are on the futures. Just broke through a line of support that I had. Oh, this is a pretty critical area here. Here you go. Look at where we are. Would hope to see some sort of support or bounce here. If not, looks like if it doesn't bounce, I would expect to see a little bit of a pullback here towards the upside, but sorry, it takes me a second to shift between the 18 windows that I'm trying to manage, but yes, I am here. Am I not now? I hit the stupid thing this morning. Hold on. Oh, geez. Yeah, I forgot to hit the little antenna. Okay, I won't do that again. That's twice now. I forgot to hit the little, my microphone was on, but I forgot to hit the little broadcast button on Black Box. I'll figure that out. I promise. It's not the singing voice. Sorry, go ahead, Mel. Good. Maybe they'll take my truck back. I haven't looked at it, but there was just a headline that came out on GM News. So SPY did get a bounce right there. Now, let's see if this supports, if this holds. It's already dipped below. All right, I gotta go find. This is when you gotta start looking at some longer term ES charts, and Pete puts those out, and start looking for his areas. No, baby, take that out. That can't be in here. Thank you. I don't want him in here. Does he have... Well, it's fine. It's fine. But it seems like he's pretty jazzed.
Yeah, because Ashley is jazzing him.
All right. So SPY's getting a little bounce there. And CME now over 209. All right, those are now up over 100%. Those CME calls from yesterday. Anki, that was the one you told me to look at. Was CME. Beautiful. And I was red on those, and I did average down just because I like the chart, but CME, they could take off. This could continue, but I need to. There we go. Now it's bouncing. Yeah, CME can have some big moves. Well, obviously, I mean, $5 today so far. Good morning, PB. What's up? Welcome back. I still do it. I still talk over there because that's where the chat is. I need to move it over here so when I'm talking, I'm saying hi and good morning and stuff. I'm actually looking the right direction. Thank you, Bender. What about spot? November 138 puts 125. I will go take a look at those. Kind of want to see what ROKU's gonna do right here. And CME bounced right off that pivot there. And approaching R1 on the 30-minute 209.50. So keep an eye on it there at that 209.50. And ooh, spot's at a good spot too. Spot's at a good spot. Spot's at a good spot. Option. I don't know that I'd be going puts with this. Let's see. Any news on them? I know what this was. Just making sure there's no headlines today. I don't see anything. See if it can get back below that 8 and then reject it. But yeah, you've got kind of double topping right there. Those are fib pivots. And they're, I'm not drawing them. They're auto pivots. But it did bounce right off that pivot on the 5 minute. So, oh, look at that. Down below the 8. Where is that? 138.87. 138.98. 138.90. Yeah. If it gets below that 38.90, that's another 40 cents. You could play it here and risk it, to the 34, back to this, what's been this double top. If you think this is going to continue, I think it's another one I think you'd know pretty quick, which is what I like. I don't want to have to give it too much room to decide whether or not it's going to continue in your direction. Right here, probably when you were asking me to look at it and I didn't get over to it quick enough, would have been the safest spot, I think, to give it a shot. But definitely trending down for the day. And SPY is just continuing to bleed. And now we got CME pulling back. More downside on WDC. I just got out of CME, a little over 100%. Those filled at 225. And I'm only out of them because I'm taking risk off the table with 224. CME is holding up just fine. But it's Thursday. I may not be here for the entirety of the day. So where I've got profit out there, I'm taking some off the table. And ROKU, I'm happy with that. That's 30%, a little over 30%, 230 to 303. And now they're 315. How is that? Crazy. Considering it popped up a little more, but that's okay. And this could certainly, you could give it, to here and see if it breaks through that line at 144.47 or if it rejects and keeps coming down. And it's going through. Now you've got the 34. Potentially. It may, sometimes it'll just kind of pop through this and come down, but. And what's spot doing? So you got that little pullback, higher low. Watch this 34. But it did hold this pivot on the 5 minute. And I'm glad I got out of that CME. It was holding up. And it may still. I mean, this could just be a pullback right here. But I was happy with it. I took it off the table. I think we were talking about this yesterday, right? The people that were in here after hours, and I was talking about there's nothing wrong with, 30% gains. I just took 28% or something on those ROKU puts. It could continue. That's fine, but, I said this morning I'm a little off because I was up late last night talking to a buddy. So, I see that 30%. It's like, okay, I'm not going to be here all day for the entirety of the day. I'm happy with it. I'll take it. Sure beats putting on a suit and tie. Now you've got, okay, so if you wanted to take another shot at it and you think this might continue, take 30%. What have you been playing? You made money when you were in here. Or are you talking it's been a rough week at work? Hopefully, I hope that's what you're talking about and not here. If this rejects this 34 and you think this downside might continue, you know, that's not a horrible place to take a shot and you'd cut it up here at 145, but I am out of it, so that is on you. Oh, and it popped right through the 34. Next spot you're looking at is this 145.76. Let's go look at guessing. Still seeing drops on the SPY. See if this line holds or not. It looks like Facebook 192.76. And Facebook, I am in those 200s. I'm sure they are garbage at the moment. Let's see. Where did those go? I'm not seeing them. I'm wondering if I have this issue where Fidelity, and I don't know if anyone else has this issue, but sometimes on Fidelity, I'll get into a position and I swear it doesn't show up in my portfolio, in my positions, and I have to close out of Fidelity completely and open it back up before it like refreshes. But I'm sure I filled on those. Anybody else have that issue? Anybody else use Fidelity? Let's see. Here, did well in here, made some dumb calls on my own and reversed my gains. Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, it's okay to make calls on your own, but know why you're making those calls. What we used to do is for newer traders, especially people that like I know, I would be like, okay, you have to convince me why you're doing this right here or why you did it. Yeah. And I agree. Option Alley at this point, but man, it's 25,000 in volume, 17,000 open interest, and a lot of flow on those Facebook calls. I don't, somebody mentioned it maybe because upgrades are, potentially coming in tomorrow. I don't typically play, speculation like that, but I did follow with a small position that alert that is currently not working out. I'm not down as much as the alert's down, but because I got in for less than half of what they did. Not quite ready, just because the market in whole is dipping. I need to go find that longer term ES chart, because when we start taking drops like this, that longer term chart that Pete posts, you can start looking for some bounces and where to expect them. I guess I need to add ROKU here to the closed positions. ROKU. What did we play? The 145 puts, if I remember right. We played ROKU 145 puts. Buy to open filled at 231. 2 sells at 274 and 303. So I'll put 290 as the average. 231 to 290. Call it. And currently read on Facebook. But I am going to give those just a little more room. So ROKU rejected that resistance. If you're looking at puts, if you want to play it tight, you give it back to that resistance and look for it to break low 144.49. I'm not jumping back in it at the moment. The whole room right now, for those of you that aren't in black boxes, complaining about Thinkorswim. So if you have a bear trade and you're having issues, you're not the only one. All right, I'm going to step away for just a second. Just going to go grab some more coffee, and I will be right back. Feel free to look away from the screen. If I intentionally run this commercial break, then when people join, they won't have to watch a commercial. So I'm sorry for that, but I'll be right back. All right. Back. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Like that WDC. So I think pretty much everything that I got out of at the right time. The only one I'm still holding is Facebook. And now Roku's getting a little pop. See if it can break through this resistance or not. Or if it's just going to reject it again. Microsoft sad again. All right, Facebook. Can't get above the 34. See if SPY levels off here, or if we're going to see more downside. UVXY pulling back just a little bit, but yeah, on the day, it's looking like we need a headline. But who knows? We've seen these days. Was it last Thursday or Friday where we took that huge drop in the morning, hit support, and then took it all back and then some in the afternoon. That was a fun day. Question, how do you select expiration strike price on longer term trade, swing trades? When you say longer term, my longer term and your longer term might mean something totally different. So give me a little more context. I said, no, I don't want that tool. Give me a little more context and I'll try to give you some thoughts. Something to keep an eye on. Oops. Let's see what this one's doing this morning. Pull back. Trump tweet 1 minute ago. Snap, crackle, pop. What was the Trump tweet? What did he say? Anybody know? 67. 2 weeks like ABBV trade. I was talking about this yesterday, PB. Like in this market, it's been very difficult to make those kinds of trades. Those like 2 week swings. You got to be willing to. Man, there's been some swings like that I've been down, quite a bit before they come back. It's just been really tough. But, typically what I'm looking at is how long am I thinking I'm going to hold this? Like, how long am I thinking it's going to get there or take to get there? Add the premium, the cost of the contract to your strike price. See how much you're paying in premium. Trashing the feds. Snap, crackle. Thanks, man. See if it has any effect. I'm not surprised to see some tweets coming out as we're dropping. It's pretty much par for the course. But yeah, PB, like that's kind of the simple math that that's kind of how I started doing it. Now I do it a little different, but it would take a while to kind of go through that. But I'm happy to do that with you. Just not right this minute. But if there's something you want me to look at, I'm happy to go look at it. But the simple math is, if something's at 140 and I think it's going to 142, how much are those 142 calls for next week? If they're $1 and you're buying $2 out of the money, then you think, okay, well, it's got to get close to 143 for these to hit, and the longer it takes to get there, the less those contracts are going to move as the stock price starts moving up. The sooner it gets there, the sooner you get closer to those being in the money, the more they move. So right now it looks like it got to this line that I had for resistance and said nope and pulled back a little bit. See if it makes another attempt or if it's just going to reject and keep going down. Nice bounce on ZM here. With the market doing what the market's doing, again, long positions, swing positions, no one has any confidence in that sort of thing, right? Because everyone's like, oh, it's at all-time highs and, there's so much uncertainty and everything else that those types of plays are a little harder to find. And the ones that, you think should work out or seem like, yeah, that this could work. Oh, that's not what I wanted. XLNX under 91. Wow. Let's see, any more alerts come through? Nope, still, there's 2 alerts, GPS and Facebook, and they're both down. Facebook coming back a little bit, it looks like. This is one I was looking at last night. Look at the price channel that this thing has been in since September. Let's look at the daily. Popped down below it, came back up. Venom Live. Thanks for following. Welcome. You can see this price channel that this thing has been in. It's on this downward trend, so I want to see it start to move up. But it's just been kind of flat. Just talking charts, talking trades. What do you like to trade? Options? Perfect. Well, that's what we're doing here. I was just talking about this Amdocs chart and this kind of range that it's been in for quite a while. I have a buddy of mine that lives in LA that he kind of knows their industry, like one of their subs that does media creation. He kind of knows that industry and was telling me that they're winning over a lot of they're taking a lot of customers from their competitors. So I was going through this chart last night, and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. It's kind of at the bottom of this price channel that it was in for a while back in 2018. Just something to keep an eye on. Twitter looks like a good price after news. What's Twitter doing today? I haven't looked at Twitter today. Did they have news today? What was their news? It is above VWAP. Through the 8, through the 34, above VWAP. Banned all political ads. That's right, I did see that headline this morning. Yeah, Twitter looks interesting. I like where it's at. It did make a higher high right there after it took this drop. Let's look at this. Man, under 30. That's just crazy. I did not think we would see Twitter under 30. But yeah, I have to agree with you. It does look interesting. When did that news come out? I know it was this morning, but let's see. Crowd. Oh, it was yesterday it came out? It's weird that it came out yesterday. I mean, it's just obviously the market as a whole has been dropping today. But yeah, I got to agree with you. I'm going to set. I want to see it. I'd like to see it. That's the 200. Yeah. I would like to see it, see what happens to it at the 200 personally. If it can get through that, then it looks real interesting. The 200 MA. What did this thing do pre-market? So that news came out and it took a dip pre-market. And it came down, it tried to establish this as, look at this line that I drew right here. It tried to establish that as support. Kinda. I mean, it blew right through it, came back up. We could actually move this up just a little bit. Actually, even like right there, that was support pre-market. Tried to use it at the open, came down through it. That became resistance, resistance, and you're hitting your head on it right now. So Vellum, that if it gets over that pre-market support area, and I'm going to set a line for this opening pop. And actually, I'm just going to set up an alert for that at 29.45. Right in, let's do, yeah. going to put it at 29.43. If it hits there, I want to see it. I want to go back and look at it. But this is what you're looking at. See how it rejected right there? 29.22. That's that same area that was support pre-market and is now acting as resistance. You got to get through that. Yeah, the car deal. There's been a lot of people talking about the fact that Thinkorswim is not working today, which sucks because, and I have Fidelity and E-Trade because there are days where it's like one platform works and the other one has issues. I don't know what is going on lately with, but it seems like it's all of them are, sporadic. Somewhat. I mean, for the most part, I don't have any problems with E-Trade, but every now and then I certainly do. Hopefully, Venom, you're still here and you saw this. What I just went through on Twitter with you. Cool. Yeah, let's hope I don't lose too much money. Well, the 200 SMA, but this yellow line here that I put at 29.22, like, do you see this acting as support pre-market and then resistance so far today, that same line? Like, that's your starting point. You got to get through that. It's hit its head a few times there. You think it's back up and running? Car deal, you could still like trade online, right? Like on their website. You also want to see it hold this 34, I think, right here. Or you could see potentially a little more downside. I had to switch to the mobile app. Yeah, at least if you got some other way to, check on your stuff, get out if you have to. Look at this bounce on SPY. That is a nice bounce. Now we're looking for this 302.84. $303.01. I have no position with Tesla 300 puts or 305 puts. It seems exhausted after that big run. Maybe I don't play a lot of Tesla these days. Just because I've got, there's a lot of newer traders in here. And it's like, I used to play it quite a bit, and then we always tell people, like, if you're newer, don't play the Teslas and the, excuse me, the Rokus, the Amazons, because they could be very volatile. And I tend to try to find stuff that, I think other people can play. If you wanted to short it and try puts, wait until it gets back up here and see if it rejects that again. Because Tesla can do that where it, you're kind of making lower lows here. You did make a lower high. Tesla can get up here and have one of those Tesla candles. So just be careful with it. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made on Tesla sometimes when it's directional, when it's moving in the right direction. and you're on the right side of that direction, or it's moving in a clear direction. This is not a clear direction yet. For me. Now, if it gets up here to this 318 and starts to reject that, you could try it. And if it gets a bounce at 317 and doesn't continue through, then you're out. But you could potentially, capture, $5 or $6 move from the top of this from high a day. If it doesn't make it there and it rejects here and starts pulling back, you can try it and watch 314.88. If it gets below 314.88, you might try it and watch 314.88 as your stop, or the 34 as your stop. And you can still play it down to at least, this 313 half. I do like that it made this lower high. Like if you're thinking put position, which you are. Did reject R1 on the 5-minute. Again, these are fib pivots. Has not tested S1 yet from today. Facebook trying to break pivot to upside here. Good. Maybe those Facebook calls, maybe all those people weren't wrong. Let's see, they're down 40. What are they down? Oh, 68% it looks like. So I was looking at these. Who was asking earlier about PB? You were asking earlier about longer term swings. I was looking at these contracts on docs out to April, and I think I don't think they were real expensive. This is a bit speculative because I'm going off of the fact that they're stealing a lot of customers right now, is what I'm hearing. But it is at the bottom. It's broken through, this area of previous resistance. You expect there to be, this isn't going to be easy to get back here to the top, but the top of this is at $70, right? It's sitting at 65.34. You can buy out to April. Oh, they're 320 by 410. Never mind. I don't like them as much now. Why did these, and this dropped today? I swear when I was looking at those yesterday, they were a lot cheaper. Yeah, the 70s are 125 by $2. That's for something like this. Maybe the January 67.50s, $1 by $1.35, but yeah, I'm not likely to play that. I don't know enough about them. I just said, yeah, I'll go look. That's interesting. Hey, Bender, I guess the chat is not able to connect from your site. Really? That's interesting. Hardy, thanks for that information. I don't know. Is anybody watching this from betterprofitbox.live that's chatting? Let's see, chat sidebar. Main platform, Twitch. Hardy, maybe try refresh now. I just did a... I don't know why that wouldn't be working. Is SPY continuing this move up? And there is some news that we're waiting on as well. But see if we get the SPY up here above 303.02. AMD alert, rapid fire bullish. I just heard somebody call that out too. Let's see. The only thing about AMD is that it has a tendency... Oh, look at that. Wow. That is not normal for AMD, right? It does not make moves like that very often. Oh, man. Maybe a pullback to the 80 MA if you're interested in it, but exactly. Exactly. It doesn't move that much usually. Not to say it's not going to continue, but you're chasing here, and not to say that chasing doesn't always, it doesn't work out sometimes, because it can. But if you like it, I would wait for a pullback. Personally, I'm not chasing AMD up here. Everything, like Apple, nice bounce there off the 34. Zoom moving up off that off that support. See if that can continue. Tesla approaching that 317.26. Missed the Apple bounce. I wasn't watching it, but Facebook. What are we doing, Facebook? Besides, not much. Okay, Twitter 2943. There you go. So Twitter broke through that resistance. 29.53. Twitter's looking good at the moment. I expect it may encounter some resistance right here. And once you get through that, then I think you're... Yeah, I like this. I like what it's doing right here. I think it decided it found bottom. Maybe, at least for now. Whoever popped in and said Twitter. Venom. Good call. Let me look at Twitter. Yeah. What are Twitter contracts looking like next week? That could be interesting. As far as it's dropped, $4 in 10 minutes, Netflix. You can get Twitter 30/50s for next week are a quarter. You can get the 30s for 40 cents. There's your swing. Get the 31s for 15 cents. This is not expensive, and usually for a reason, right? But Twitter got its ass kicked. So there's a cheap swing that you don't have to risk a ton of money, to give it a shot. I actually like that. And you got a week on them. PB, you still here? I like that play. Yeah, you don't have to lay out much to give it a shot. What do I think of an Amazon call right here? It sounds like there's some news coming through, not on Amazon, but just, are they voting on impeachment moving forward right now? Is that what this is? I'm just kind of hearing bits and pieces of it. Right here off VWAP. It looks like a cup on the 1 minute. There's your handle. Possible for you to listen. I bring it in and out. Hardy. But, that's for Black Box members, and there's a lot of people that watch this stream that aren't Black Box members, so I can't just turn it on and drag the Black Box screen over and show alerts all day, because then it's like, why does anybody join Black Box? Yeah, I know. But there's no way I can give it to you, but not everybody else. I don't have that ability. I wish I did. But yeah, you've got your cup here. I wish it would have got up. I wish this would have got up just a little higher, but the right side of this cup, but I like it. I would be careful. I don't know the entire context of what they're watching on C-SPAN and what they're waiting on. Makes sense. You were a coder, so I thought maybe you had some. No. Wish I did. I mean, I have a way to turn it on so everybody can hear it, but I'm not really a coder, just so you know. I dabble, but I don't consider myself a coder. So I did pick up those Twitters, which I think I said that. Filled at 24 cents. And I'm, again, low risk. Like, I'll probably let those roll a bit. What was the news on Twitter? They're banning like political ads. I didn't read into detail on it. I saw the headline and then Venom brought it up as well. I couldn't remember what the headline was, but that's what it was. Something about them banning all political ads. $1783.50. I don't know. Potentially, or maybe there's people that have stopped looking at Twitter because they don't like to see all those political. I don't know. But what I do see is it had this pre-market support, like we talked about, that it broke through at the open, came down, looks like it kind of bottomed here, came back up, and broke through it. It hit its head on it twice here after using it for support pre-market and at the open, and then it blasted through, which I like. That, to me, that looks good. And now we're, high a day and using the 8. It is, extended right here, but it could just granny up. It could bull back, but at a quarter and with a week on them, I don't have to worry about them too much. And I'm willing to lose that 24 cents a contract. But there's a lot of time on them. And Twitter got its ass kicked after earnings. So I like buying it down here under 30 versus over 40 where it was at. Amazon testing that cup and handle. And there's an Amazon candle. Generally hope I can ask this. What are your contract size? Percentage wise? I don't typically play big positions unless I'm really convinced. I mean, most of my stuff, not huge. Twitter, I picked up 10 at 24 cents. And I'll probably risk 50% on those if they don't work. Hop over to Black Box real quick and see if anybody is in there chatting. See if it holds above that 34 there. Oh, we're green on our Twitters. You go look at ABBV real quick. What's it doing? 79.30. Will you please stay above VWAP and get through that 200 this time? Kind of feels like the market is waiting on this vote. Maybe. I don't know. I don't like that. See what it does. See what SPY does. You see how these candles have just flattened out at the moment. Kind of like ZM here on the 34. Did use that yesterday a few times. You see this off the 34, just hugged it. We played this yesterday. But I think the market's waiting on this this decision to come out before it decides if it's going to take a drop or it's going to continue to rally a little bit. That's what it looks like to me. I think we looked at ZM. We looked at next week's yesterday. Let's see what they're pricing today. There's still not a ton of volume on any of the strikes, but there's still a little juiced. Apple is very, very interesting right here. But I'm going to wait and see like what happens with this decision, I think. Which is only, I think, a few minutes. Magic 8 Ball, are we going to go up when this decision comes out? Wait until morning. Well, that's not helpful. That's not helpful. Could have given us something better than that. And I bet if we go look right now, if I go look at the tick and trend, oh. All right, let's see what happens here. Looks like they approved the impeachment inquiry. It was passed. So keep an eye on everything. I'm gonna get some SPY puts just as a hedge on some of these longer positions that I have. What do we got? SPY 302 54. I'm gonna buy some SPY 300s, I think, for tomorrow. Let me look at these real quick. I'll give it a second just to see if the market's going to move on that or not. It's not moving at all yet. Not really any movement yet. Let me go see what the futures are doing. Now we're getting a little pop. I haven't done anything yet. This is what I'm watching right now, just to see if we can see if there's going to be any direction or movement off of this news. See if we should be looking for long or short. Right now, looks like we're going to be all right. Kind of strange. I expected, that's why I say, like, expectations are, like, that's what'll kill you faster than anything is having expectations. But normally you'd see some sort of algo candle here, and I'm not seeing anything, which is interesting. And on the tick, nothing really. We're up to 271 positive on the last tick. Let's look at, and trend is still, let's see, where are we at? It is dropping, which is good. See if it can continue to drop. I'm not watching Bloomberg. I'm not reading the news. What does this mean? All they're saying is they're gonna, okay, we're approving that there will be an inquiry before a decision is made. Still flat. It is going into lunchtime here, and things, tend to slow down. A lot of people don't trade at lunch. I tend to make less plays at lunch because the direction can change when they get back. But right now I'm just watching, see if they're going to give us direction. I don't think anybody confirmed. Is there anybody in chat that is watching me through benderprofitbox.live that can tell me if it's working or not? If they're doing a vote in Colorado on protecting some wildlife, can we buy calls on that? Especially if it's in Boulder? It's working? Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody was talking about cat puts. We were talking about them last night, and somebody just popped on in Discord and said something about cat to the downside. Trend 16, last tick, negative 200. Little pullback here on ES. Right now, that's the line to watch. See if we're going to go up or down. Short term. God, I got to go dig up that chart. I'm going to go look it up right now. What did I do with that? $29.30, $29.47, $29.56. We're way above that. All right, so it did bounce there. Let's see if we can get out of this range right here in either direction. And I'm going to go pull up the cat chart. Let's see, Pete got cat. That's what it was. Yeah, and you guys were talking about it yesterday in here that Pete was in cat puts. And Amazon at the moment just kind of flat. Twitter pulling back. Sold your cat puts way too early. Yeah, I think we were talking about this yesterday. Oops. And you guys know, like, when Pete plays something, you know, he tends to hold. That's just his style. Like, if you get that 34 break, that's about there on this 2-hour chart. I mean, if you're at, well, you're not in them. You sold them. What did he get in? You said out to January. So let's see, he's in cost and cat long 20 December 140 put filled at 477, looking for a pullback to the 136 area after a 15% move up. Just looking for consolidation and reset. So he was looking for this 136 area and got it. But I think he's still in it. So he was pretty much spot on with that one. Again. See if anybody else. Let's see what Kang's doing. Kang is in. He's still in Roku puts. Let's go see what Roku's doing. Oof. Interesting. So the 200. Let's see what Kang thinks on Roku. Let me see if I can bring that audio in here. I'm going to ask him. Hey Kang, what do you think about Roku here at the 200 on the 1 minute?
Well, she's putting in a. I have her right at a area of resistance 147.30, and then I've got my 200 at 147.30. So I mean, or excuse me, 147.29. So I mean, it's got some resistance here, but
Yep.
just watching to see what she's going to do. She's kind of stuck between those two and the 34. I've
Yeah, I
got
was going to
34,
say, I'm
60.
seeing that 34 bounce there, using that 34 support. See if we get that rejection here. Are you still in puts?
Yes, sir.
I don't even know why I asked you that. I just looked in your room and I just wanted to bug you. I looked in your room. I said, "Oh look, Kang's still in those puts. Let's go check that one out." So.
Yes, sir.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There you go. I had to give him a hard time because everyone always asks, "Are you still in that? Are you still in that? Are you still in that?" So I had to ask him, "Are you still in that?" And I would guess he's probably looking to get out on this pop because it has broken through. He's still in, but we'll see. So Roku puts not bad here. It just popped through the 200. It's been using this 34 as support. You've got S1 on the 5 minute that it's trying to cross right now. So there is some resistance right here. We just broke through that resistance just a little bit. I would give it, I mean, to me, it doesn't look like more downside at the moment. Now, the put flow that we saw coming in for next week says otherwise. So I would wait for confirmation, I think, because you just popped above this, kind of at this turtle line right here. I'd wait and see what it does right here. Give it another couple candles. See if it's going to reject this area again and start pulling back, or see if you get another candle or two above, that makes it look like, okay, we're done going down for the day on Roku. I would give it another candle or two, 3, just see what it does. I mean, the trend obviously has been bounce up for the last hour and a half. I'm not going against that yet. Yeah, I mean, you're right at an area of previous resistance. Let's just wait and see how it's going to react to that. That 150 whole number could be tough if there's any market weakness. That's 142. All right, let's see if you can get back below the 34. Let me go look at this real quick on this chart. Twitter bounced. Need Twitter to get through this here. And I'm going to add an alert down here since I am in calls. I want to know if it gets down there in the short term. And Facebook is through VWAP. Barely. ROKU. Analyst action. Barclays cuts Facebook. Average rating. Keep an eye on Facebook. See if there's a move on that. They cut it. Okay. They cut it to 220 from 240. Maintains overweight. Just watch here and see if there's any sort of movement. Yeah, Roku does not look like a short to me at the moment. Maybe. But I'm not going short Roku at the moment. And Amazon looking pretty good here, holding this support level. You get this through VWAP here. Still kind of stuck. It's got to get through that VWAP to have a shot. I'm going to set an alarm here. Pete said he's looking for a little more downside on CAT. For those of you that followed that one, that might be in it. BMO Capital cuts Facebook price target to 185 from 197. Now you're wanting to see if this 34 is going to continue to hold here on Roku on the 1 minute. And Facebook is starting to pull back a little bit. Now we're under the 34. I am going to jump out of those Facebook calls. I don't like these headlines coming out. Till to close. Those are this week's expiration. So we did get a little bounce here, which is nice, but all these downgrades are coming out. The last one that came out, that 185 price target at BMO. So if they were trying to play for upgrades, so far, all I'm seeing is downgrades. I'm going to give it one more candle. I want to see if this support level right here is going to hold or not. If this doesn't hold, because it has, right? It's been holding right here. That has held as support. That's where it's at right now. If that does not hold and it breaks under this, then I will cut that. And I will take the loss on that one. Snap is over 15. I didn't even look at Snap today. We talked about Snap in here last night. And we were talking about upside. And I will pull up that chart. That's awesome. I'm still in the 15 calls. It's got room to 17 something if I remember from last night. So I've got November 15th snap calls. Look at those. November 15th snap 1550s are 37 cents. For you lower, those of you that have smaller accounts, that could be interesting. Because we were looking at that chart and I was looking at Snap, and I'll show you that price channel in just a second that we pulled up on Snap. All right, Facebook. Are you going to hold or are you going to break? If it breaks this support, this could be interesting for puts with the downgrades and the 185 price target. And right now it's looking weak. It is weak, in my opinion. And the sell volume low right now, right? And they may just be trying to trigger stops at the moment, which is why I want to see this support break. But I am going to pull up. I got out of those calls. I took a loss on that from 38 cents to 20 some cents. I got to go see what they filled at. But I've got the options chain open for Facebook puts, just in case we start to drop here. Give me one candle. Give me one nice candle. And right now my eyes are on the those 190. I like the 192.50s for a buck. $1.04 by $1.06. There's more volume on the 190s. Those 200 calls, God, there's a lot of volume on those. Crazy. I really want to see this break support here to the downside. All right, I'm going to try it here. And I will use the 34 as my stop, mental stop. Small position, picked up a couple 190s. 44 cents is what I filled at. Let's see if this can continue or not. And Roku still going up. I mean, it's kind of flat top in here, but you know, you break this. Now, if it continues to reject here, you know, this move could be over. But I'm not jumping into Roku either direction at the moment. So what did I get? I got Facebook, FB. I bought 190 puts this week, and I paid what, 34? No, must have been 43 because they're 47 by 48. Let's see. 46 is what I filled at. See if that shows up. Yes, it does. Cool. And we also picked up Snap 1550 calls. Is that what I picked up? Or did I pick up 15s? I gotta go look. Or no, I haven't picked up any Snap. We picked up Twitter. Twitter 11.8. Twitter 11.8. 3050 YOLO at 24 cents. And I got to add my Facebook calls to the losers column. Facebook 11.1, 200 call. Followed that alert, did not work out. They don't all, that's okay. That was 0.38. And those filled, it was 0.374 to 0.20. So 18 cents a contract. Or $18 per. So that's okay. There's a Roku rejection. Keep an eye on that. So now you're looking to see if it can break. You still got VWAP down here for support, potential support, where it came down, it hit that line, bounced on VWAP, and it's tried to get through. You know, you got to get out of this channel if you want downside, if that's what you're looking for. And then you got VWAP. Keep an eye on the bottom of that at the moment. What else? There's the Facebook drop. That's a nice candle. Did anyone else get in the Facebook puts? What is going on here? Oh, shit. Well, I don't know how that happened. I went the wrong side of Facebook. That is a bummer. How did that happen? Sometimes Fidelity. I'm gonna have to call him on that. All right, we're getting a little bounce there. Okay. All right, let's see if it can reject the 8 EMA here. 112 to 160 on Facebook. Nice. Spider. Deniable money. Watch this 8 right here. See what happens. See if it continues to get pushed down. You also have, that previous line of support right here where it bounced. I would have liked to see this continue down. Just keep a close eye on that right there. WhatsApp was hacked is a news headline that somebody just mentioned. Tech, we're in Facebook puts. I got 192.68-ish support where it just bounced. And you got the 80 MA right above it on the 1 minute. Just trying to save you some time. So, Facebook, what are you going to do? You're going to reject that 8 and do what you're supposed to? Yes, you are, at least for now. Let's see if we can get through this support. I'd love to see it break this area of support right here. Come on, give it to us. Give us the drop. Come on. Other way. Analysts to Facebook. We don't believe you on costs anymore. What is that? Is my microphone fall? It did. Sorry. If I was really quiet or something, nobody mentioned anything. This headline, analysts to Facebook, we don't believe you on costs anymore. Exclusive. WhatsApp hacked to spy on government officials. Senior government officials in multiple U.S. allied countries were targeted earlier this year with hacking software that used Facebook's WhatsApp to take over users' phones, according to people familiar with the messaging company's investigation. Are you guys seeing this? The hacking of a wider group of government officials' smartphones and previously reported suggests the WhatsApp cyber intrusion could have broad political and diplomatic consequences. WhatsApp filed a lawsuit on Tuesday against an Israeli hacking tool developer, the NSO Group. Facebook-owned software giant alleges NSO Group built and sold a hacking platform that exploited a flaw in WhatsApp-owned servers to help clients hack into cell phones of at least 1,400 users. It is not clear who used the software to hack the phones, yada, 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 yada. NSO did not immediately respond to a request for comment, not surprisingly. It has previously denied any wrongdoing, saying its products are only meant to help governments catch terrorists and criminals. And now we are seeing some acceleration, a little bit, to the downside on Facebook. So those puts are now 79 by 83. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So my calls were down. Took a little loss on that. We flipped to puts. so far those are doing okay. So who was I talking to yesterday? Some of you guys were here when I was saying chasing the news is tough, right? What you hope for is to already be in the position based on the chart. And then we started seeing those downgrades come in. It was like based on the chart, it was looking like a short. So we flipped and we went short. And then this comes out about WhatsApp. There's a chance we could see some more downside here. So let's see if we can ride this. There's still this support here that regardless of the headline, watch the chart. And let's see what happens right here. Because this is a crucial area, I think. I think this could speed up a little bit if it. And there are some SPY puts coming in as well, which makes sense. It's dropping. And Facebook, 192.44. All right, and it is holding the support currently. I'm going to give it just a minute. I'm not surprised for it to get a bounce here. I'm not quite ready to get out of this one. You should be nice and green on it. I mean, you're up. Assuming you got in anywhere close, right? Those are now pricing at 76 cents. On the 190s. So depending on the account size that you have and your risk tolerance, take the green if you like it. Because this bounce right here, and now it's back over the 8. This could pull. If it pulls back to, if you didn't get in, you might consider, I wish it would have broken support. Because now this buy volume coming in. So I'm out the majority here at 63. But I am still going to hold a little bit because I think that there is potential here for more downside. That was not great news. But I'm still trading the chart, even with that headline. I'd like to see it reject, like here. And it looks like, at least for now, see if it rejects that 34. Facebook 11.1 190 put. Out the majority here, 46 to 63. That's where I closed. So there you go. Still holding a small position for this, for a chance at this 34 rejection here, if it even gets there. Yeah. Now let's see if we can get back below the 8 and get any continuation here. to the downside. Now ROKU. Downside. Let's go see if we're getting help. What's going on here? SPY. SPY did cross through that previous support level that we had. Pulled back just a little bit. UVXY moving up. All right. I'm going to pull up that snap chart real quick that hold on. I've got some long positions and there is potential here for more SPY downside. So let me just pick up that hedge I was talking about earlier on SPY. Where are we at? 302.31. It's the weekly 300 puts. Actually, there's a lot of volume on the 302s. Those are 86 cents. 86 by 87. The 300s are 35 by 36. I don't think we see 300, but I'm eyeing these 302s. Snap 15 calls are coming in. Okay, let's go look at this chart because we talked about this last night. And I am already in them. Look at this move. Very nice. And we talked about snap on the weekly chart here. $16.17. It's 15.32. Where are we at? 15.13? 15.32 I see as a line to break on the weekly chart. I'm going to take this down to a daily. Twitter 2962. Roku bouncing near VWAP. See if that holds. And look, there's Twitter. So our calls, let's see if we can get through and keep this run going. And those will look good. Yeah, I like snap over 15. Now we're in this channel. I think this was the channel that I drew last night. This looks something like this to me. And you got to get up into this channel to see this continue at least to, you know, 16, 15, 96, $16 potential somewhere in there. And then if that continues, you know, look for 17. And I am already in those, as I mentioned a couple times. Those 15, the snap 15s for next week, or November 15th, snap 15s. But I still like them. You know, if you're not in, they're 60 cents. And the 16s are a quarter. If it does continue, you know, you're likely to see that 16 in the next 2 weeks. So I think it's risky. Because you're just now entering this, but it broke that whole number of 15. And if it was going to stop or pull back, I would have expected Let's see what it did at 15 because I wasn't watching it. I mean, it blasted through 15, held it very nicely as support right here. So pulling back a little now. See if we can get it down to the 34. Could be interesting entry if you're not already in. Ideally, you got R2 just over 15. But I don't know that it's going to pull back that far with the 34 right under it. But maybe. But 2 weeks out, November 15th, 1550s at 40 cents. So far, the 34 holding there. Twitter just barely made high a day. And Facebook pulled back to the 34. So far, rejected. Now let's see if we can get any sort of acceleration. And Roku is dropping pretty quickly. They're talking about it on Discord as well. SPY is still holding okay right there. Let's see if we can get snapped back down a little lower. And Twitter looking good. Where's Roku? Roku passed through this level of support right here. Who was asking about Roku puts? Now it looks more interesting. Could take a small stab at it. Let's see if it holds under this support area. Where are we with Roku on the 5 minute? Nice little pop near the 34, back through the 80 MA on snap. But look at that at R1, just held nicely. Sort of cupish here on the 5 minute. Coming up on R3, 1520. Back to Facebook. $192.68. UVXY still moving up a little bit. SPY dropping a little bit. I think some numbers just came out on net gas storage. Hopefully my black box broadcasts is still working, is still live. Nope, it's not. Why did it do that? Ugh. If I have more than one tab open while I'm trying to broadcast there, it crashes. I don't get it. Actually, it's even not when I'm broadcasting. I've got to figure that out. It's driving me crazy. All right, Facebook still holding the support at the moment. And bouncing again. So kind of double bottom here at the moment. Just not wanting to give up. Deniable, did you take some profit on that? I mean, it's okay. You know, when you see this double bottom here, definitely okay to, take some money off the table. I still think there's potential for more downside exists, but you're green, should be. Hopefully you took some of that. 46 to 70, sweet. Cool. So your risk off the table, you took the green. But it rejected the 34 EMA here. So I want to see, still holding a little bit. I want to see if it continues to reject this 34. And it may take a little while to see what's going to happen here. A couple more minutes. All right. I have not picked up that hedge yet with some SPY puts. Yeah. I just don't think we see 300, but we could. All right. I'm going to pick up. This is making me a little nervous here. Because it's lunchtime, we are seeing this downside. It's holding this support right now. Tesla been lower highs since we spoke about it earlier. I'm looking into Tesla 300, 295, 1118 put. Okay, give me just a second. Really small position expires tomorrow. SPY 302 put. 92 cents. That's a hedge. In case we do get some downside, I can capture that to offset just some of the longer common stock positions. By the way, you were correct on those shop in terms of direction. Sweet. I don't remember what I said. Was that last night we were talking about shop? This just concerns me a little bit. That is what's concerning me. So let's see if that trend line continues. Twitter's still looking nice above the 8. See if Snap can hold. I was saying puts, but you said you don't see it going down. It's up $3 since 11 a.m. Sweet. You got to keep your money, I hope. So now we're kind of double top here. 15.15. Yep. Nice. That makes me happy. Because, you know, sometimes someone's like, what do you think about puts? You know, and I'm like, I don't like them. I think it's going and then they're like, man, I should have got puts. Well, so I'm glad it was the right direction. Facebook just not wanting to break here. Get that same sort of trend line here on Facebook that you do on SPY. I honestly, with that headline coming out, like 2 downgrades in the WhatsApp headline, would have liked to see a little more accelerated move. You did get some of this, but it's so far it's holding support, which reduces my confidence in the move. But I'm still holding as long as it stays under this 34 EMA, because that's where it's rejected so far. It will break Facebook by 1:30. Yeah, I think the chance is still there. I did take some of the profit off the table, but I'm still holding a small position. I think the potential is still there. But those contracts are green, and I don't want to let them go red. So I don't know. I'll give it a little wiggle room here between this 191.21 ish. And down here at this 192.53 area. But I do think the potential is still there. I want to see this 34 continue to push it down. Same here, green, so I like that. Well, yeah. Hell yeah, green is green. And Tesla is just flat. There is, you know, a little bit of a wedge here going on the 1 minute. And I don't typically like to play, I mentioned this earlier, like Tesla. I don't typically like to play Tesla without some clear direction. And right now, this pennant is not clear direction. It is, yeah. That's what I was just mentioning. This is the same, you know, we saw this on TTD the other day on, I don't know, Monday, I think. And TTD broke out of that wedge and took a decent sized drop. You know, it's looking like there's a move here that's going to happen. No, stupid lines. Typically, once you get to the point of this, is when you get the decent size move. Something like that. Option Charlie. Definitely getting tight. So ABBV broke 79. If this thing drops under this support area, if it doesn't hold 79, it could get a little ugly for ABBV for the day. Hey, Hells, are you on? Hells, paging Hells. Any thoughts on this Tesla wedge here on the 1 minute chart? Anyone watching that? No? Kang, what do you think of this? There's a chart. No. I'm going to ask the Magic 8 Ball. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I'm going to ask the Magic 8 Ball if Tesla is going to break to the downside. And it says, so the answer that I got says, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yes, we can. Yep. I can do something like that. Sure. Facebook, where are you at? Oh, sorry, I wasn't on mute. We got in Facebook puts and watching it close. Okay, we broke this support. 34 is still pushing us down. That's a nice candle down. Let's see if we can stay under this support area, or if it's just going to pop right back up again. But that is a new lower low. Right there. Even tighter on the 5 minute? Yeah. Well, but you want to see that, watch the 1 minute to see which way it's going to pop. So see if it can break that downward trend line and then hold above it, and you might see a move to the upside. You do have VWAP above. Same thing. Same thing to the downside. Let's see what happens. It could get interesting though, for sure. That could give you some direction if it can make that move. What option, Charlie? Anybody have any guesses they want to make? Votes, bets? If you're on YouTube or on Twitch watching this Tesla wedge right here, throw out a guess. Which way you think it's going to go? I want to see some guesses. Nobody's willing to make a guess. Oh, and there's the pop. Let's see. What was that alert? Bottom side of the wedges from yesterday, so you say up. Okay. Well, we did get this little pop above this trend line, you know, on the 1 minute from today. So you might have been just a tad late. I don't know if that counts. Hardy, maybe it does. I don't know. Let's see what I got here. Okay, so these ABBV 80s for tomorrow, if this drops, so there's just a headline, another headline about Facebook that due to Twitter's announcement of them removing political ads, that Zuckerberg is under pressure now to do the same. So another Facebook headline that could work in our favor. Keep an eye on it. I'm still in. Now we're under the 80 MA. Let's see if we can stay under it. Tesla bull pop. You've got your long comments. Well, I have no position, so I can vote on your. I could pull for you. It seems like, why is Twitter? Is this a reaction to that Facebook news? That would be strange. Why would Twitter react? Twitter doesn't hold this 34. I mean, I know we got some time on these, but I really want to see that hold. They're green barely. I'm going to give them, I'm not going to worry about them too much. I'm going to set an alert. I have one down here. I'm going to move this alert up. If we get back down, I'm going to just put it right here. If we get there, I kind of want to know about it. But it looks like we got a lot of stuff dropping. So SPY broke, kind of rode through that trend line, right, to the downside. That doesn't mean we don't see more. It may just be a new, but that's fun. Not what I want, but you got, looks like 3429 decliners to 1308 advancers right now. You know, it could just be a new, but just pay attention to it. Let's see, where am I on those SPY puts? They're red. Barely, but they're red. All right, and ABBV looks like it might still be, yeah, 78.89. So it has cracked 79. really wanted it to hold that number for me to stay in those 80s till tomorrow. Let's see if it can hold that support. Facebook's moving. Which way? It's not really moving. Were you talking about this candle here off that rejection off the 8? It's approaching that again. And Roku, if you get a break here on Roku, you could see some acceleration on that one as well. I mean, Roku's looking weak, but also needs a break here, and I think you might get it. Just looking at the overall weakness in Roku here. Let's go price those. See if we can get in something that's not too crazy. I got a 140 put pulled up, but I have not hit the button. Needs 145. Oh, 145.75 break. Oh, there you go. 145.56. Yeah, I would consider this risky, but I like this move that it's making to the downside. You know, this stair stepping here can be areas of support. Another one that, you know, you might play it to the 8. What did I fill at? I gotta go see. So I got Roku this week's 140 put filled at 61 cents. And Facebook continuing to the downside. Sweet. So let me add the Rokus here so we can kind of keep track of that. Roku 140 put at 60, what did I say, 61 cents? I think. And Roku's pulling back a little bit here. I'll probably give this to the 34. See what it does. Yeah, I felt it at 61. Oh, and this is 11.1. Facebook, low day. Yes. Now, so Facebook, how much are we up? I mean, those are now $1.05 from 46 cents. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I would say if you get a candle here above the 8 and you're happy with those profits, right now it cannot get above this 8 EMA. If you get a pop above the 8 EMA, depending on your risk level, you could take profit there. You might see more downside, but maybe you're happy with the profit. If you want to give it a little more space, a little more room, right here, 191.85-ish. Let's see that hold as resistance. pop above that starts getting a little more risky. But I like the momentum to the downside right here that's happening. Snap is 15.15. Approaching the top of this. It wants to break this 15.15, I think. I mean, the whole market's kind of, drop and snap, I think, is holding up really well. All right, so there is showing me that there's a potential for a change here in direction. I'm not too concerned just yet. Give it a little more. I mean, Facebook can have some big candles, right? And, oh, no, I don't want to draw a line. See what SPY's doing. Kind of riding this trend line down at the moment. Snap 15.15. Roku, see if it continues to reject that 34. If it pops above the 34, like I said, I'm looking at this 146, 34. That's what I got my eye on. Above that, and I'm probably not going to like that one anymore. How many contracts do I have left on Facebook? I'm going to take a little here off. And I filled at $1. Yeah, I don't like that pop. Not a fan of that pop. Yep. Now you could see potentially, if it doesn't reject here, it might go back and test that 34 again. So usually what I'll do in this scenario is trim the position down to take some of that green off the table. And if it does come back all the way to the 34, I might look to re-enter small and try to recycle that. And now Roku, now you've got this 146.33, the 200 and VWAP above it that it's got to get through. I'm still looking at this downtrend, not quite ready to cut it. I'm not convinced that this is moving yet the other direction, but it does look a lot stronger than it did. And I did sell 2 more of those. Facebook's at 99 cents. So, closed out. I don't know what I think that was 90, 99, 99. Let's see if we can get this rejection. In this area on Roku. What's SPY doing? See if we get any continuation there to the downside. My SPY puts a whopping 5% up. And ABBV is not looking pretty at the moment. Facebook. Back to Facebook and Roku. Okay, Roku got a pop here. I'm going to give it, if it crosses VWAP, I am out. I mean, I still see resistance up here, right? But I might just have to take my loss on that one. I do not like what it's doing. For puts. You know, if you're long, you'd say, oh, yeah, this looks better. I mean, you still could get that rejection. What do we got? 59 to 74, another quarter. And let's see what Facebook does. J Dravin? Dravin? Is the J silent? What's up? Welcome. Thanks for joining. So let's see what Facebook does here at the 34. Like I said, I trimmed a bunch of that. Yeah, Roku is... Yeah, I'm out of Roku. I'm not going to sit in that one any longer. So that was 44-cent fill. So that didn't work out. That was 0.61 to 0.44. That one sucked. But that's okay. So let's go look. I'm going to replace, since I'm still watching this Facebook, you lost me. I lost you for a minute. Now you're back. Welcome back. I got out of Roku on that pop. What was I pulling up? Oh, yeah, Snap. And Facebook. No. Snap. There we go. I do need to go back. Let's take a peek at Twitter. Twitter back under 30. So it's pulled back. And it did not hold, at least for now, the 34. We have those until next week. I just don't know this news that's come out on Facebook and Twitter and the political advertising. Before that came out, I was really liking Twitter. I have no idea what effect that's going to have. Right now, this could just be moving with the market. UVXY above the 34 at the moment. So watching that, watching SPY to see if this pullback, if we're going to see any more downside on this pullback or not. Or if, you know, this is bottom. It looks maybe double bottom-ish here. So not surprised to see a bounce. But now let's see what direction it decides to take. from here. UVXY just crossed underneath the 34. So let's see what kind of move we get right here. And looks like we got to pull back to the 34 and snap. And then below it. Tesla may come out of the wedge. It hasn't come out yet? Nope. I think we had that wedge drawn on a 1 minute. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's still really flat though. You know what I mean? Like it popped up, still kind of in that. Now it's just it's just a longer wedge, right? It still hasn't really given you a direction. I want to see which direction that it's going to go there. I mean, it's definitely coming to a, you know, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. You know, how long is it going to go flat before it makes a break one direction or the other? And snap, getting that pullback there. And yeah, I do not like what snap's doing at the moment. What do we got here? Maybe some support here at 1505. And then that whole number 15. Hopefully, again, like we talked about this on the longer term chart, not surprised to see some rejection here, some resistance. It's going to need some help to get through that, to get into this channel, to see that upside move. You know, it may continue to reject this. That's the risk right now. See if 15 holds, that whole number 15. See if that holds or not. If it makes it down there, and it looks like it's gonna go for it. Let's see what it does right there. So we've got Facebook. All right, Facebook rejected that 34. Now let's see if we can make a new low. We're back under the 80 MA. The 8 has not crossed the 34. You know, it got that little bounce there. We might see some more downside here. There was a roulette bearish on Grub. This week's $36 puts, I think, is what was called out. That's what you get for tasting your customers' food. Isn't that what came out a while ago? A month ago or so? I won't order from them for that reason. When I heard that, I'm like, I mean, I worked in the restaurant industry. I was a waiter for a while when I was a kid, but I was like, and we did stuff like that. I know it's not, you know, it's like not a shock that they open your cardboard box and take out a French fry, in my opinion. But, you know. So it rejected this pivot on the 5 minute, which is why I'm guessing they're playing those puts. It did reject pivot on the 5 minute Fibonacci pivot. It's above VWAP, but it broke below the 34 EMA on the 5-minute, if you're curious. And I'm looking at the 5-minute, seeing it reject that, going, okay, I see why they're buying puts there. But 2 weeks out, and I could go look at it, but I'm already playing $36 puts paying. Did you say $36 puts paying 210? Yeah, so there's almost no premium on those. Yeah, so that's a free roll. There's no premium on those. So I like it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so they're buying Grub 11-1, $36 puts for $2.10. You're not paying any premium on those. And every little bit, if Grub continues to drop here at all, every little bit that it drops, those contracts are going to go up. There's no premium. So where they bought it up here, I like that. I'm already in enough positions at the moment. But I do like it. I just like that there's no, they're not paying any premium to take that shot. So now Facebook just did not break this low a day here on that one. Now you're back to Washington 34. Do I follow it? Not really. Do I have some of it? Yeah, I got some in commons left. But I know what's up. Yeah, but that deal hasn't closed yet. I don't think so. Not that I know of. But yeah, they were selling off their consumer division, I believe. Symantec boosting point security. See if we can continue to reject this. I think there was another alert on spot. Go check that one out. Yeah, spot 146 calls this week. Steady bullish. Paid, it looks like 65 cents for those. All right. So Facebook, for now, I'm happy with that profit. It's popping above the 34 here. One more green candle. I am out. I'll give it one more candle above the 34 here. That'll happen sometimes. You'll even get a candle that closes, but I'm already green on those nicely. So, I don't need to risk it. I'm out. Filled it 85, sorry. 85. I mean, you could give it back, 192.53. It may reject right here. But I am moving on with my life. So I like what I took out of it. I'm happy with it. Let's see if those grub puts are working out. I'm not in it, but there was an alert, and the other alert was Spot and freaking Twitter. I have my alert there. That is my line on Twitter for now. How is your Twitter doing? It was doing fantastic. And then these headlines dropped on the political advertising, which I know Twitter announced it last night, but there was something that came out on Facebook on it today. And I don't know if this is some sort of rejection or some sort of reaction on that, or if this is something else. I'm not really sure, but I don't like what it's doing at the moment. This is currently resistance on SPY 302.40. See if that holds or if it pushes back down from there. And I'm going to get rid of some of these lines that are kind of way out here. Let's turn that off. The Qs are moving up a little here, coming up on what could be resistance as well. And UVXY dropping down near VWAP. So watch these two areas to see if you see a rejection on SPY here and a bounce on UVXY. You might see some downside in any longer positions that you're in potentially. Just be careful there. And Tesla is still, it's under the 34 at the moment, but God, it's so tight. I just don't have a read, to be honest. Let's see if we can, I don't have a read on this, on which direction that pop is going to happen or go. I just don't. So those grub puts, I think are going to work out pretty well for them. Again, I didn't take it, but only because I was already in other trades. And Twitter alert, still dropping. Twitter hit my line. I'm going to give it one or two more candles here. Let's see what happens. Analyst action. Goldman Sachs raises Facebook's price target from raises their price target from 243 to 231. Interesting. So I saw a bunch of just something to be aware of. I was short Facebook. I'm not now. But I saw like 3 downgrades come through, and then I just now saw Goldman Sachs raises Facebook price target to 243 from 231. So just be aware. I just wanted to see if it's going to hold this support or break down below it. You got S3. It's down here at 29.50, 29.47-ish. How is Twitter doing? Yeah, I guess I already answered that one. What else you guys got? Grub continues down. Got out the rest of those Facebooks at, what was that, 80? Oh, what was that? I don't know, 80 something. 85. Got out the rest of them at 85. So there you go. Facebook 46 to 63, $1.93 and 85. Not to say it won't continue or you couldn't get some more downside, but you know. Yeah, I do. I do find the pivot points helpful. All right, let's see if we can, since I'm not in Grub. Oh, not Facebook. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Tesla. Just still not giving you any direction. But so let's look at Tesla real quick on, let's get this on a 15-minute. So rejected at 317.07. So it has rejected that 317.13-ish. Found support this morning. 313.16. Now you've got that line right there. Is that 314.62-ish? Analyst actions. What does this say? China Renaissance trims Facebook price target to 234 from 245 and keeps a buy rating. Look at that. Another Facebook. Oh, this one says lowers from 220 to 230 but maintains a buy rating. Moffitt Nathanson. Is Facebook moving at all? Twitter, you need to hold. It may come all the way back down to this S3. And Spot looks pretty good today. There was an alert on Spot. No, that doesn't really line up. Ish. Yeah. Something like that. Guggenheim says they trim Facebook's price target to 230 from 240 and maintain a buy rating. So team, how'd we do on Facebook? Not bad, I think. I like what Spot is doing here. Okay, nice bounce on Twitter. Let's see if that can continue. Get over that 34 and just keep going. Spot. Spot on the 5-minute, crossed through R2, came back, held that as support. Bounced off the pivot down here. I'm not seeing, the Spot looks pretty good above the 34 here, but I don't think I'm gonna hop on it. Kind of want to see what happens here, market in general. I think Tesla is going to be interesting to watch here for a few minutes. I mean, it just keeps following this. I think it's just granny. Could. All right, there's a little pop on Tesla. Now what are you going to do? See if it's going to break out of this channel here and do anything interesting. That's a nice couple candles there. Where are we at? 315. A lot of call side volume in the 315s, the 320s. The 320s are $1.21 by $1.31. That is a big candle. I do not suggest chasing this, but you know, it could get a nice move. Let's see what it does here at VWAP. Popped right through it. Nice. I don't suggest new traders trade Tesla just because it can move really fast. And if you have a smaller account, it is risky. Wait for a pullback and see if it's gonna, see if it's gonna hold, see if it's gonna continue, see if it's gonna hold support. But right now, it looks like the breakout is to the upside. Tesla up from the wedge, yeah. You win. No, I don't think anybody else guessed. I think you were the only one. So I think, you know, you were competing against yourself on that one. I asked for some guesses, but nobody threw anything out there. But yeah, it did up from the wedge, which is nice. Ah, damn, you don't want to. You can have the credit. You can have the credit. I don't care. No one else gets the credit. You get the credit. You guessed. And you guessed correct. So you win. Hells, if you're back, Tesla popped out of that wedge and it's popped to the upside. I know you're waiting for your 6,000. I know. Yeah, this is a nice pop. Is it going to continue? That is the question. That's what makes Tesla difficult, right? It could take off from here. We've seen it happen and run a few dollars. It could pull back to this 8. It could pull back to the 34. And it could just weaken out, die out, fizzle. It's tough. Still think it can come back in the wedge. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not going to, just because I know a few of the traders that are in here right now. I'm not gonna talk about playing Tesla because I don't want any of them playing Tesla. I want people, the people that I know that are in here, especially the ones with smaller accounts. I want them focusing on stuff that's a little less risky than a Tesla. Not that you can't play it and make money on it, but you chase these candles and it doesn't hold the 80 MA here and drops and you're. Now if it holds this 8 and you really want to play it, but it's not moving fast and it didn't do much on that pop yet. If you really wanted to try it and play it safe. Oh, good. Hardy, good. Yeah, Tesla is a cruel mistress. And she's just tough to play. Sometimes. I mean, that pop was just because it was so tight and out of the wedge. But there's still, like, it's, at least for now, there's no clear direction for me. And I like that move, but where's the volume? If you really wanted to try it, this would maybe be the place and you give it down to the 34. What blue chip stocks would you recommend for small accounts? Like learning to trade options on them? I'm Yannick. Yeah. Something that moves a little slower. Yeah, if you get that bounce on the 8 on Tesla, that might be okay for the upside there. You know, Jenny B is putting together a list of smaller, safer, slower moving, good for beginners type plays. Microsoft moves pretty slow. AMD moves pretty slow most of the time. I do like, oh, look at Zoom. I said this morning Zoom looked good. We played it yesterday. It is going, if it breaks to 69.50, it's going to go back and test $70, isn't it? I think so. It's looking good. Snap, maybe. What else can you play? I would just pay attention to like what's going on in the, in the mod rooms. Pick out 2 or 3 tickers and just like stare at them and see how they move. And try to get a sense of kind of their personality, how they react on the chart, what indicators maybe they react to, that sort of thing. Something that doesn't make, $5 and $10 swings. Cat, might be good to watch. Like between 115 and 140, start drawing out, mapping out lines of support and resistance. I want to see if this is going to reject here or continue up. But hit up Yannick, are you in Black Box? Because if so, hit up Jenny B. She's putting a list together. She's been working on a list. Right on. Tesla, still above the 8. Those wicks came down to VWAP. And drop to VWAP. See what happens, see if it holds VWAP for support. Again, like if you wanted to, I'm not suggesting it, but if you wanted to, if you thought maybe this was going to continue, you could try and risk it to VWAP, but I wouldn't. I could take a look at Microsoft. Mean reverter. Honestly, it's been pretty boring just because of how flat it's been and where it's been stuck. You can certainly play it. Spot's still looking pretty good. Take a peek at Alta real quick. Minutes. Why are you down? You were up and then you were down? You didn't. I mean, I called out that I was out. And I actually lost money on it. I should take that off the open list. Because I did add it to the closed list as a loss. But, damn it. Got a Microsoft calls for a possible bounce. Give me just a second, and I'm happy to go look at it. It's been stuck in this range for a long time. And with their positive ER and news of the Jedi contract, and it didn't really move, we'll go look at it. I don't know where it's at today. I have not looked at Microsoft today. Most of my watch list Most of the tickers on my watch list are red. Ulta's down about $7.50, and I'm eyeing this one for a potential bounce here. It's just, I really wanted 220s. Again, that was fun. Like I played it from the mid 220s, but it has dropped right through this channel. You know, this is kind of key support here. Look at this bounce, 230 bounce ish, came down, big drop. Obviously, we know what caused that. But it's been holding this area. Let's take this down to like 231. So maybe it's coming back into this price channel. This is a nice move. Let's get it. So Ulta is one of those that I've done really, really well on short, like playing Friday's expiration Friday morning and kind of taking a gamble, you know, on a $3 or $4 move, because it can do that, right? It made a $7 move down today. Did not get out and held a bit longer. All on me. Hey, sorry, option Charlie, I did not. Ulta looks like it may want to make a little run here. All right, let's see if those are cheap enough yet to take a gamble on. Just a little Ulta. I am seeing weekly. Yeah, weekly 240, $70 or $7 out on money, or 20 by 30. Not really seeing a ton of volume on any of these strikes. The 235s would probably be my pick. Those 120, those are going by 120 by 130 for the 235s. What time is it? 11:30. We still got some time left in the day. UVXY dropping a little bit. Let's see if we can get through the support here. 1971. You know, SPY looking a little better here. For about the last 45 minutes or so. See if that can continue. Qs coming up on resistance here at 196.74-ish area. So we'll see if that rejects or if it can continue. If we continue to get downside pressure on UVXY, upside on SPY and Qs, market direction might be conducive to Ulta making a nice move here. If this support holds and it makes another candle or two up, that could be very interesting for those 235s at $1. It is right at support right here. So let's see if that holds. In the meantime, Tesla held VWAP nicely. See what it does here. 316 area, 316.50. See if it pops above that. If so, you might get a nice little run on Tesla too. And Alta's getting a bounce. I might nibble just a little bit. I really want to like a longer term Alta position, but not really here. What are you gonna do, Tesla? What are you gonna do? Facebook rejected the 200. Keep an eye on that. Potentially, I mean, you're at resistance here. This 192.89 area. See what happens in this little channel, and if you can get it below VWAP or below the 34, below this 192.50, then it gets interesting again for potential downside. Tesla popping. Spot broke that trend line, but still got the 34. I'm not in that, but Alta pulling back. Where's it at? 232.50. And it made it to 233.30. But man, what a drop. Oh, this was on, that's right, SA Lauder released earnings, and they were not good due to, and I think they guided down too. So I don't, this is a bounce, but I do still think eventually it'll turn around. But I just, I don't know when. And I've like I said, done well on Alta. That may be something I look at tomorrow and just see what direction it's going to go first thing in the morning and take a stab at something. So what are these? All right, where is ZM at? Yeah, Alta, I'll have on the watch list in the morning. See if I can get direction on it out of the gate. And if it's moving, those can be fun to play something out of the money, cheap. Nothing that's going to hurt you, but that's where you sometimes pick up those crazy percentage gainers. But you only do that if it's, $20 you can afford to flush down the toilet. But yeah, ZM is looking good. It did this yesterday while we played it. And if you guys remember yesterday, we played it well above the 34, had this pullback. And it's kind of similar to what I see here, although, let's see. Look at this. You're right at that same spot where it pulled back yesterday. Very interesting. Very interesting. This thing was over $70 pre-market. That is very interesting. See if there's any action on those. I remember yesterday, though, the contracts were not moving very fast. And the 70s are still 60 by 70 cents. I don't think I would swing this. Another one maybe look at tomorrow morning. See where it's at. Tesla rejected. Back under the 8. See what it's going to do at the 34. And then spot back above that trend line. Bounced off the 34, nice. Still running. 34 would have been a good place to pick that up. But I did not. So our Twitter, what's Twitter doing? Because those are green. They were red, now they're green. Look at Twitter. Nice move. Okay. So we gave it, a little room. It bounced off support. Now let's go see what it does up here. See if we can get new high day on it. I like it. What is this pump doing? Dropping. Good. I have pumped 750 puts from a while back. That was an alert that I followed. And those were red at 1.2. We've been in them for a while, but now they are green. That's one of those plays that it was like, okay, I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know anything about it. They were 45 cents. Now they're 50 cents. I think we went in last week, like on Thursday or Friday, and then it had a pop. Another pop, now drop. Somebody knew something. Somebody knew something. Maybe. Let's see any new. Well, 2 hours ago, shareholder alert. You see those all the time, right? A lot of them piling on. And those are out to November 15th. Spot still climbing. Spot's gonna go HOD. And spot is currently the highest percentage gainer on the alerts, 39%. 65 cents to 87 cents right now. Nice. And those are this week's 145 calls. That is looking really good. If it pulls back to the 34 again, somebody shout that out. because it's just hugging that 34. And yeah, Tesla. Like I said on Tesla, there was no direction really. Let's see what we're SPY at now. UVXY, maybe gets above the 34, maybe. Q's pulling back a little bit, SPY pulled back a little bit. Now we got this green candle coming in on the SPY, bouncing right here. 1146. Let's see if we get any movement here in about 15 minutes when they get back from lunch. And pump below S3. I'm just going to put a stop in on those. Then I don't have to look at that one anymore. It's not interesting anyway. Who was asking about, let's see, whoever it was that was asking about the slower stocks? Navi's kind of been one of those. It's a lower priced ticker. You know, it gives you a nice 30-40 cent range that you can play. That one's been, right here on the 1 hour chart. Kind of looking like it's at some support. So you could watch that. Back over S3, see if S3 holds. And get that move back up to S1. Maybe pay it. The last time it was here, I played it 13 up. I still have a little bit, but yeah, most of that position. I played the 1250s and did well on them. Maybe something to look at. Microsoft. Mean Reverter, are you still here? Still paying attention? Cool. Microsoft was stuck in here forever and moving really slow, so it was really boring. If I was going to be trying to play, some sort of Microsoft bounce, and it depends on what you're trying to do with it. I don't scalp Microsoft very often. Just because it's been doing that. Like, we see flow alerts come through on Microsoft, and I think the last 4 times they have not paid. Earnings great, news is good, nothing negative on them, and it just kind of fizzles out. So I really haven't been playing it much. I do hold commons in Microsoft. Those are, I'm going to hold those. They're in the IRA. But yeah, I haven't done much scalping on it. Again, that's another one kind of like Alta that sometimes I'll try it on a Friday. But just doesn't move. 80 cents today. Sometimes when it gets into these patterns like this, you can play that, but you could make a case. I see why you're looking at that bounce. You could make a case that, this should be an area of support, but you've already broken through that first area that I would consider, kind of the first line of defense. And I got this line in here at 143.70. No, sorry. 143.32. That I used, that it's bounced off of a few times. And now it's just kind of like sad face, drizzle down. So not saying it wouldn't work, not saying you couldn't do it, but I don't love it. I think spot is more interesting today. It has now collapsed through that 34. Now let's see if that can hold or if it's done for the day. But at least it was giving you, some sort of movement up. Yeah, it's also got S1 at 143.50. Yeah. Yep. Same area. That could be if you wanted to try to play it, but I just don't love the way it's set up. Let's see if Twitter can go take out that high day. All right, guys, before noon here, I want to go grab a quick snack, get some water, take a break, just for a couple minutes. Get up, walk around. So I'm going to hit this little commercial button on Twitter or on Twitch. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. I'm just going to grab a snack and, like I said, walk around for a few. So I'll be back shortly. All right, what'd I miss? Anything? Anything interesting? Twitter's still trying to push. Did I miss anything? It doesn't look like it. I'm gonna leave my camera off for a minute so you guys don't have to stare at me while I eat, but I am here. Those Twitter calls, that thing pops, those things could start moving. Tesla, no continuation. ABBV back over 79, just barely. Just barely. All right, Twitter, come on. Give it to us. Let's make a push. And Twitter hits breaks HOD. I'm doing sound effects and everything. We're gonna get a cheer. No, I'm still in Twitter. Still in Twitter. We watched it down here real close to see if it was gonna hold this support, and it did. So I stayed in it. I need to take, I don't know why Facebook is still showing up. You guys were here when I closed that one. There you go. Take that one off the list. All right. We need a push. We need Teresa and Black Box to throw some kisses at Twitter here and make her go high a day. I'm gonna ask her to hook us up
Okay.
Cookies and
for everybody
Halloween?
that's
Come
in
on
it.
now.
It wasn't
on.
cookies, it was cookie shots. And
All
it's
right,
Halloween day.
Teresa, I
Chill
need your
the
help.
hell out. Yes.
I need your help. We've
Yes.
got Twitter right now pushing for high a day. I need her to get through.
Twitter, come on, sweetie. Mwah, mwah, mwah. There you go.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Let's go, Twitter.
You are very welcome. We got that quick little flash.
So there you go. I asked. Let's see if we will get it. Let's see if she's got the magic today. What do you think, Magic 8 Ball? Is Twitter going to make a new high a day right now? Oh, guess we didn't even have to ask. What was it going to say? Maybe don't ask such stupid questions. Yeah, apparently. Amazon fell out of consolidation, it looked like. I haven't checked on Amazon in a little bit. That was not a friendly rejection right there. Twitter could have just said, I'm not going to do it. I'm not ready. But that was a little more aggressive. That was like, oh, hell no. So, I mean, those, YOLO position, anything can happen. Those are out to next week. If you have a smaller account and you're up 17, 18% on those, trim your position. If you only have one contract, maybe you take the money. No, Bobby, they didn't. They didn't. I'm a little depressed, a little upset about it. I was hoping for that, that pop through resistance, but let's see what happens here. Still watching this, now watching this 34 to see if it's going to hold, go back up and try again, or if it's going to, continue another stupid pullback. Sure is, Bobby. Sure is. And Microsoft's still pretty flat. I don't even like looking at it. It just moves so slow. I mean, sometimes it can move, but not right now. Just ugly today. We made a couple good trades, but still can't get a bounce from that. You might. Still might bounce off the 34. That's kind of what I'm hoping. We'll see. But everything's moving really slow. So it is a holiday. Kind of a weird week, FOMC week. So all right, Twitter, come on. Just a reason. Come on. You know I like my soundboard, Bobby. I don't use it in Discord very much, but I do like it. I need to set it back up. I had more stuff on there and then got changed around and now everything's lost. All right, we're gonna go try spot. Look at this. Came down, bounced off support over the 34. Now it's over the 8. I like it. I like it. How much are those calls? I'm kind of afraid to go anything just because volume's so low. It's a holiday. I'm really not one to swing a bunch, but we did get that flow alert on spot for the weekly 144s, and those are already up really nicely today. I said I wanted to pull back to the 34. We got it. It bounced right off support. You know, I really don't have a great reason besides low volume, a low volume day, but all in all, it looks pretty good. The problem with low volume climbs is, as you guys I'm sure have seen, you get a lower volume climb. I don't know what their average volume is. I shouldn't say low volume because I don't know that for sure. Let me go look. Well, let's see. So they're just, I mean, their average volume is 1.5 million, and they're at about 1.3. So not necessarily low volume, but I just don't want to see any of those nasty. But you know, the setup looks good. The Twitter was a yellow, yeah, 24 cents. I was planning on holding that till next week. Sometimes that plan can change if it makes a move that I like. It does what I want it to do. That can certainly change. There's times I buy something, plan on swinging it, and it makes a move, and I'm out. All right, I'm gonna try spot here. The only thing I don't like is this trend line, but I'm thinking we saw volume on the 144s for this week. I'm kind of interested in those 145s for next week. I mean, it's already made, what, $3.50. $3.50 move today. But we are back above, really close to those pre-market, that pre-market high is 144.05. Yeah. I mean, it may just continue to kind of granny up, but something is a joke. Their bull of the day is down 10%. I don't know who star is. I don't know who that is. Who is that? I don't know who you're referring to. Who puts out the bull and bear of the day? Oh, Zach's. I'm going to trim down, I think, a little bit on this ABBV. I've got these ABBV 80s. I got a little bit left, and they are green. Just in case it rejects here at VWAP again. Just taking a little risk off. Those sold at 91 from 85. So just because it's tried a couple times here and it hasn't really made a move, I still like it, but ABBV has let me down a couple times on Fridays. So I'm currently still in those SPY puts I got. I got a more of a hedge, but what else should we look at? Anybody else got anything they want to look at? Any questions? We can go back and look at Facebook and see what it has done since we played it. I think we did all right on that one. Playing our puts. At least so far. I mean, it could see continued downside, but all right. Watching Disney? What's Disney doing? Yeah, Disney could be interesting. Are you thinking long or short? Yeah, that one could be interesting. Third on snap. Okay. Not gonna hold it through ER, are you? Nice pop on ABBV. Good. Just play that ER juice. So it did pop through that resistance. Nice. I trimmed a little bit, but that's okay. It was green. I still have some. I'm good with it. I just didn't know right here, like, okay, are you gonna do it this time? It was looking like I didn't really like what I was seeing, but it did get a nice pop. Thoughts on Roku? More upside today. Potentially. If it comes down and tests S1. We might have a couple more minutes. So hopefully we'll see some, some real movement, some real direction at some point, because it's just been flat. And, it is a holiday. Maybe this last hour and a half, we'll get something. Twitter rejected again. I'm I have SPY puts. Mean reverter. Just because I I don't know that I'd be getting into Roku long at the moment. Oh, Gilead. I don't really play this one. But I like the range. Let's look at this. 2 hour. What do we see? What's that gap down? What happened? Earnings? Yeah. I don't know what you're thinking on Gilead, which direction, but see if it holds 147.50. What are you talking about? Oh, Roku. Gotcha. Man. Yeah, Fed news. That's what happened to Gilead. I'd like it better, closer to 62, but this area definitely has been support every time it comes down into here. And you could play it. The only thing that I don't like is that since June, lower highs, right? But it is at support. Oh, shit. Sorry. How's that one? Does that chart look, oh, gold ETF? Yeah. I don't know. I don't, not something I play. When I want to play, like, miners, I play the little moves on NEM, but I can't help you besides the fact that, it gets used as a hedge, right? But so those of you that were here like a couple days ago when we had the all right, maybe even yesterday, that background music, was that you guys like that or no? Is it annoying or is it oh yeah, it's kind of nice. Any votes? Any votes? All right, I'm done with lunch. I suppose I can turn this back on. Don't love the background music? Okay. Where did my camera go? There it is. Okay. Honestly, I don't care about the background music because I really couldn't hear it. I'm just kind of paying attention here. You know, SPY kind of stuck in this, and I want to see some direction. I want to see if we're just going to keep getting these little bounces, or are we going to see some downside, or what's going to happen here? Alta 232 down $8. Amazon stuck right now underneath the 34. Everything's looking kind of down or flat. I mean, like, this is not, look at shop. Like, this is not much fun, right? Few dollar drop here. You could play. Well, this is shop on the day. Here you go. Sorry about that. Zoomed out. Couple bucks here. Down on the day. Solar Edge. Actually is green for the day. 45 cents. Alta pretty flat after dropping this morning. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is pretty exciting, isn't it? It was like on the edge of my seat moves. I right? I've already started. It is a holiday.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean, Tracy? You haven't had a few on your game that you talked about?
No, not yet. I can't drink during the market.
It's not something that I'm normally doing, but it is a holiday. And it is kind of, it's just like I'm sitting here watching paint dry on a lot of stuff.
I know. Me too. All
Come
my
on,
kids
come on,
get
grass,
together.
grow. Yeah.
And are you dressing up the dog?
I do. Yeah, we got a horn for him. So
I want pictures.
he's going on as a unicorn. They wanted to like get the shampoo that colors his hair because he's white, and I'm like, I'm not walking around with like a purple poodle.
Yes.
No, but
People want it.
yeah, we are gonna go trick or treating. Carve up some pumpkins.
Yay.
If I find some kids walking around the neighborhood, I'm gonna give them some extra candy to play ding dong ditch at George's house.
Who's George?
He's this asshole down the block.
Oh, gotcha. Well, you're a good influence.
For
And
sure.
Trader John,
Come on, Twitter. Go try again. So slow. Yeah. Where's the, let's see what the most, this ought to be interesting. Nothing shows up. With a market cap over 2 billion, nothing has a relative volume over 1 or over 2. eBay is the only one that shows up with relative volume. It's showing up as a strong sell. Let's go look at eBay, I guess. Ooh, eBay. It's already kind of taken this drop, 70 cents, but eBay has not cleared that 8 EMA or the 34 EMA. No. It's the 200 MA. Yeah, there you go. The 200. Again, need to sync the colors across all my charts, but has not cleared the 200 here all day, but it's currently holding this support level at 35.16. That is about the most volatile stock out there today that, you know, is decent size. That's ridiculous. Oh, I thought I was on mute. Sorry. I'm just jabbering away. I'm talking to the people over here on Twitch and YouTube, and I'm like, let's go look at the most volatile stocks today. It's eBay. As far as volume goes. Normally I'm on mute on Discord, so the people that are listening here in Black Box don't have, or listening here on Twitch don't have to hear me in both places. And I forget sometimes. That's okay though. Snap is under 15, 14.98. And it sounds like UVXY, maybe pushing for 20. There's 20. If we get a breakdown here, you might see a little downside. Let's see what my SPY puts are doing. Nothing yet. Not surprised. Still flat. I'm sorry, guys, it's hard to make this exciting, right? Just, this area right here of support, like, if we would have got some selling come in, some downside pressure, maybe stuff starts moving to the downside. But there's just nothing, there's just no movement. Mama said there'll be days like this. I need to get a sound effect of snoring on here for days like this. Little pop on Facebook, Twitter. I've been wanting to use this one.
Say something, I'm giving up on you.
Come on. What's up, J-Bug? Welcome. Thanks for stopping by. But damn, we're trying to stay awake over here. Twitter to stop accepting political ads in November. Yeah, we need that, right? Only Twitch live. Yeah, I'm live on YouTube as well. Both. I'm streaming through Restream, so it's on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. sometimes when I'm not in the door. Right on. Oh, for YouTube, it's youtube.com/c/. There you go. That's the YouTube link. Normally we're going through some trades, playing some stuff, looking at charts. I mean, it's been a good week, all in all. I've been doing this. I just started the live streams on Thursday of last week. So we did Thursday, Friday, and then every day this week so far. And it's been pretty good. And today we've done all right, but it's just slow right now. Now UVXY is getting a pop. See if this actually moves. Repeater bearish in snap. They're buying $13 puts for January. Wow. For 53 cents? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Not interested. November 15th. I still got 2 weeks on those. Yeah, no problem. So, like, it looks like we're going to get a move. I mean, look at that. Volume right there on SPY. The way the alert's been going, that snap alert put is a good thing, right? Yeah. I'm going to go look at that snap flow. Repeater bearish. What triggered that? Let's look. Let's see what triggered that. It was this flurry of sweeps right here. These look like the same buyer up here. $13 puts out to January for 53 cents. On a slow, like down day like this, with very little movement, I'm not putting 50 cents a contract into that. That's just me. It may work. You know, maybe if you get some acceleration. Definitely a couple levels of support in here, but I don't know, on a day like today, I don't, you know, these moves, I'm not convinced, personally. I mean, right when you think the UVXY is popping, it pulls back. You think SPY's dropping. Nope, it's just going to go to the bottom of this channel and bounce. For now. Probably for the next hour. I wonder if that raffle I did the other day for the sticker, I can't even remember who won if you actually hit the claim link. Or if he was just like, yeah, it's a sticker, I don't care. Probably. Let's see if it tells me. Yeah, regular barbecue guy. Probably. Does it tell me? I don't think it's been claimed, that sticker. So yeah, that'll give us something to do. Since he wasn't here, I left it there for 3 days. Just a sticker. People, just a sticker. Just a sticker. I guess he didn't want it. So somebody else gets it if you want it. You gotta join the raffle. Oops. Oh, that's not what I meant. Top. There you go. So Bobby, you have you get the most points there. Mine don't count. It's for a sticker, Bobby, that I tried to give away on Monday or Tuesday or something, but it didn't get claimed. It's just something to pass the time. So you can do like, they're just they accrue like their loyalty points. So as you watch, the points accrue, and then you can like gamble the points. And I just lost my 10 points. So once you you buy raffle tickets for 25 loyalty points, so they're free, right? But you can say like, okay, I want to buy one. There you go. Now I have one raffle ticket, which cost me 25 points. And then once people get the raffle tickets, then I can like end it, and it'll pick a random person that has a ticket. So just like I said, something to, whatever, it's more entertaining than staring at what we've been watching. All right, 4 minutes till 1 o'clock. Give us something to move on. What is that? Inside my hat. Weird. That's the tag. Sweet. There's some other command you can do too, like to gamble those points, but AAL initiated as a sell with a $27 price target. Let's see if that's moving. Ooh, it is moving. A little bit. And it's at 29, initiated a sell with a $27 price target. You get previous daily support on the 1 minute down here at 29.48. Currently bouncing off VWAP. On the 2 hour, 25.08. See if you get any continuation here. Let me go see what those contracts cost. I might play it just because I'm bored. Their dividend is ex-div date 11.5. I don't know how much does it say? Oh, 10 cents. I mean, they're not expensive. They're a quarter. For this week's $30 puts, they're 25 cents. They're cheap. I already got my YOLO, I suppose, but in Twitter. But let's see. Let's see what it does here. If it gets any momentum, you know, there is room to the downside, potentially. If it rejects the 8, I might try it for fun just to see if we can get some downside movement. But if it's just going to come back up, I'll wait till the 34. I shouldn't be playing anything because I'm doing it just because that headline came out. It took a little drop. I'm bored. Not good reasons, right? Not good reasons. And that's what I'm trying not to do. I don't want to get into something or make a play just for something to do. Let's see if Snap is going to hold VWAP. What was that? Apple. See if Apple is going to clear the 200 or not. And then it's probably just going to hover around in here again. EIX pop. Those snap puts have some significant. Oh, sorry, I thought I was on mute. My bad. Those snap puts have some significant money on them. Seems like an odd gamble for a $2 move. Yeah, I think given how flat and slow everything is today, that $2 drop isn't going to happen today, right? So, I mean, it could, but I just don't see it happening. And, maybe keep an eye on it tomorrow, see if it does anything. But everything being as flat as it is right now, it just... What is taking off here? Facebook? Getting a little move to the upside, it looks like. Along with, that little move on SPY and... Oh, here's Facebook. Yeah. Where's it going to stop? What do I think about the TIFF chart? Facebook's getting a little pop here. SPY right back here at resistance. UVXY right back here at support. Like we've been doing all day. But Facebook looks like it's trying to do something. I mean, this might be the most exciting thing that I've seen happen in the last 2 hours. Let's see if this... Oh, it's going to go through. Remember those 200 calls? Something going on with Facebook? Facebook is sued for age and gender bias in financial services ads. That doesn't sound good. That was 27 minutes ago. When we saw, outside of one price target that was 185, everything else was over 200. But, maybe it's getting a little move on some of that. But man, it's a pretty nice move right there. Tiff. Let me get another one of my 3 time frame charts here. Zoom finally over 70. Apple moved up a little bit. Tiffany. $124.05. That is quite the move on Tiffany. What in the hell? Oh. So they got a takeover bid with other possible bidders. So potential buyout. Once that move has been made and that's been announced, I would say that if it breaks, I don't short stuff that, typically that when there's offers on the table. And, if you read into I haven't read into the article, but let me guess, they're looking at 124-ish a share. Regular barbecue guy, if there's a buyout and it's anywhere near 124 a share, it's not going to move at all. Yeah, I just saw it. It was from actually yesterday. Buyout offers on the table. Does that mean they'll accept it? No. And look at AAL. Glad I didn't short that, I guess. Yeah, it popped because of that buyout rumor. And Facebook just rejects. And this, guys, this is the kind of stuff, this is hard to trade, right? Like when you're getting these kinds of moves and you're like, oh man, this looks so good. It's moving nice. And then it just 50 cents down in a couple of candles. Like that, it's risky. It's hard to trade. It's hard to scalp this kind of stuff. You might be able to go short SPY and make 50 cents, or it could go up 50 cents and your contracts are, it's just tough. Okay. So now we might want to look back at Tiffany because there was just a headline that came out, something about merger talks or lack thereof. So this could get interesting if this was a rumor and Tiffany has no intention of selling, you could see a downside move. Then it could get interesting. Now, typically what I've seen is like, even if they turn it down, if they got an offer somewhere around there, everyone's going to go, well, then they must be worth that. Insiders claim the company will not raise its offer to buy Tiffany by more than $5 a share from the 120 share price that has already been tabled. Okay, well, you might get 123 down to by more than $5. Yeah, so it's probably not going to move. I don't. But keep an eye on it, I guess. If that deal falls through or something, right now they've offered 120. They're willing to go to 125. Yeah. The only way this gets interesting is if that deal falls apart. But it looks like there may even be other bidders. All right, and I was just reminded, thankfully, that ABBV has ER. Come on, Twitter. Are we going to get a high day? I mean, you've let us down several times. What are we at? 29. What's high day? 29.79. We need 29.86. 8 more pennies. 8 more. Can we get 8 more? Magic 8 Ball. Can we get 8 more pennies? Never gives you anything useful. 29.80. Come on. Come on, tweeter. Tweet. Come on, tweeter. You can do it. No, you can't. That's it. Yeah. Another failed attempt, I guess. No movement there. I got an alert set up, so if it does start to take a drop, we can go back and look and see if, maybe that isn't happening or something. Maybe this is... Who knows? But right now I don't see much movement happening there. I am kind of interested in EQIX. Damn, that would have been nice down here. Oh, 556. So ABBV ER has ER. That's what I started to say. So I'm gonna go check my ABBV calls, and I'm not planning on holding those through ER. So 79.32. Not bad. Not bad. And I've got some longer dated calls that I'm gonna hold, just because I've got a lot of time on those. But the ones that expire this week, see if we can push a little more, see what I can get out of these, but I'm not planning on holding these. 3R. I actually might go out of the money. See if I want a lotto ticket or not. They're just not, to play an ER, we're at 79.37. The $80 calls are a buck. And we don't play ERs, we don't YOLO crap. But sometimes I just kind of go, I'll give it a shot. 81s are 60 cents. Problem is, even if ER is good, that might be baked in. I mean, this thing's been running, pretty nicely. So, probably not worth the risk. Twitter popping? Twitter did pop! I have a song for that. Twitter popping. We finally made it over that line. Nice. Twitter is going to go green. Finally. All right, we finally got that pop on Twitter that we were praying for, looking for all day. Sweet. So, if you're still in that, you should be up over 25% at this point. If you like the 25%, take it. I mean, these are out to next week, so we still got a little time on them. If Twitter continues this little move. All right, SPY is... Where's the next resistance here on SPY? This line up here, this 302.89. If it can get there. It may also just stall out here and turn back around. We'll see. But yeah, I think I'm gonna sell these ABBV 80s. They're green. I got in those at 85. They're at 97. Small gain. Yeah. I am going to sell those. I'm going to put a stop in at 90. Well, I don't want to hold them through ER. All right, Snap, I'm not looking at you right now. Twitter is way more interesting. Go Twitter. Go Twitter. Come on. Okay, are we ready for Twitter to pull right back to the 34? again? Or are we going to go all the way to the 200? Let's go look at SPY. See if we get another pullback here or any sort of continuation on this move. And it looks like it's going to pull back again. But we'll see. You know, end of the day here. 40 minutes left. Something could happen, but I'm just not anticipating much. All right, let's see. Did anybody get a raffle ticket? I think Bobby did. Bobby, are you the only one that wants the sticker? Let's see. Why doesn't it show me? Pretty sure I saw you. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay. You don't want the sticker either, huh? Oh, I don't see. You have to type exclamation point raffle 1. Like raffle space 1. There you go. Now it shows up. And I wish I could remove myself from here because now it shows I have 2 raffle tickets. I don't obviously want them or want the sticker, but apparently nobody else does either because I raffled it off once already and it wasn't claimed. You're cheating. I am cheating. That's why I you know, when I did it the other day, I was the winner, so I just cleared it and did it again. Because it gives me, I think it gave me like 10, you're being hustled. All that money you spent on raffle tickets, you're feeling hustled. Just take your money and run for a $3 raffle ticket or a $3 sticker. Actually, they rip you off on shipping. There's a $3 sticker and it was like $5 for shipping. I'm like, what the hell? ZM can be a good one to look at tomorrow after look. I played ZM yesterday, and yeah, I agree. I like it. If it can continue, it is definitely interesting. I think I still held on to like one ZM call. Anybody check Beyond today and see what's going on with that? Is it still going up? No, what are you doing? All right. So now Twitter back. I see it's like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back. And Facebook, after that nice move, pulled all the way back. Just couldn't hold. Repeater bullish on Coke. And those are longer dated calls. don't do a lot of those. Why is this? Come on. Repeater bullish KO January 17, 5250s. There is some dark pool coming in on ZM. January 17, 5250 for 250. Let's go look at that chart. I guess Twilio is popping. But I'm going to go look at the KO chart. Ooh, look at that. So the 5250s. And they're only paying $250 for those out to January. That is not bad at all. I'd rather buy it down here, closer to VWAP. I like that. That's interesting. Where are we at? 54.27. How much has it moved today? 30 cents. Not a ton. Some definite resistance up there around 54.76. $54.32. Possible resistance right here. I think I'm just gonna wait until, let's see if it gets up in, through this previous area of resistance. It could be interesting. Elux, high O day. Beyond still red on the day? And AAL doesn't seem to care about that downgrade. Yeah, Beyond little pop there. BYND right here under the 34. After seeing the drop and the pop that happened, this run up that happened yesterday, drop right back down. It's risky to try to short it here just because now you know what it can do, right? It could run $7 tomorrow, but it's looking weak again. It gave it all back, all the way back to the open yesterday. That's what this stupid thing can do. Looks like, you know, and maybe it's just bias because I like bacon. I think there's a lot of people that have that bias. Like, I want to short it because I like bacon. I haven't priced those contracts for a while. These EQIX contracts, they get expensive when they're real far out because you can only play monthlies. And I do want to go look and see what the expected move on ABBV is for earnings. But so these EQIX contracts were at what, 563 ish? 563? I mean, the 570, $70 out of the money. It's November 15th. 560 by 630. So that's what makes it kind of scary because this thing drops a couple bucks, $3, and those contracts get cut in half. Now, granted, you got a lot of time on them. But it's a roller coaster every time I played it so far. And I've had to hold through a lot. Tweeter, fly, little birdie, go. Go, go, go. And ABBV pop in a little bit. Let me go. I'm going to go look up the expected move on ABBV. All right. I am currently still in those spy puts. They're red. They were a hedge just because in case like the decisions or news or anything, you know, caused us a drop. No big deal. Small position. As far as ABBV goes, where's my stupid... Here we go. If anybody's curious, the predicted move, they're estimating 3% is the predicted move. And following ER, you literally got a 50-50 shot on direction. It's been up 14 out of the last 27 quarters. So it's a 50-50 shot. Straddle? You could. The only thing is because it is still way down off its highs, you know, off that news. I don't know. I still, yeah. I mean, it's cheap enough. Let's go look at that. What are we up on Twitter now? 30%? We've had to sit in them all damn day to get the 30%, but kind of was expecting to hold them anyway. Obviously, I said it was a swing, but all right, ABBV is getting a little pullback here. So the 81, let's see, the 79 puts are $1.07, so 944. 78s. There is far more volume on the call side. Lots of volume in the 81s. And then I suppose you could do like 77.50 put for 50 cents. And now the 78 calls are $2. I probably won't do anything with it. Straddle 360 cost of straddle 368. You know, if anything, there's a lot of volume on these $81 calls for 60 cents. Do I want to take a $60 gamble on it? Not really. But I'm already in the 80s. I am going to sell. I'm selling those before the close. Those are nice and green. So I will take. So I feel like I got to gamble, YOLO, and be reckless. The $81 call. 2 of them. Super small. Super risky. Don't do it. Because I have no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. Not a clue. But I feel like I've been playing ABBV for a long time. It's just been on this run. So, you know, that's my concern. Like, yeah, it took that big drop and it's recovered a lot of it. It's gained a lot of ground back. But, you know, maybe the price is already, you know, any good news may already be priced in, which means any bad news could take a drop. So it's a gamble. So KO did get a little bit of a pullback to the 34 here. I do like the play just because there's like no premium on those. But that's not a ticker that I play often, and usually I don't, you know, sometimes I'll see those long-term sweeps come in and I'll buy something shorter term just to try to catch a shorter term move if I like where it's at on the chart. But I don't really like holding those long-term options like that, longer term options. Yeah, our Twitters are working nice. So, yeah, the ABBV 80s that I've been riding for a couple days here. I am officially out. 97. 80, was that 85 to 97? A contract. I'm not going to hold those through ER. and I am still in commons on ABBV, but that's more longer term. I do like, they have a good dividend, and it's been, going up since I got them. I have a concern on ABBV and their numbers, as it, like, I don't know how that purchase is gonna like impact them. 90, what was that, 96 or 97 or something like that? I think it was 97. I don't know, something like that. Don't hate the risk reward on the 11-15 $30 calls on Twitter. Regular barbecue guy. I picked up the 3350s for 11.8. Next week's 3050s. Sorry, for next week. But yeah, I agree. I mean, there's, I think it's got to get 330. WDC played that this morning, did well on it, but it's low a day. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get my my whiskey drink for the close, and get ready to enjoy the Halloween festivities. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a drink and then watch the close here. PB, I've been starting it at like 7:30 or just before, like I think this morning I started at 7:22 or something. I'm trying to start it before the market starts, before it kicks off. Thoughts on Pins earnings? I don't. I mean, I don't really play ERs. Play them after. ABBV has just, I've made a ton off ABBV in the last like 2 months, so I took a little gamble, super small. Curious if you get any sort of kickback from ads on the live stream. I supposed to now. Once you hit, I think it was 50 followers, which I just crossed over yesterday. It's not. I mean, for the people that were watching the live stream yesterday, the kickback that I got off the ads, I went and looked at it. It was 31 cents for 8 hours of streaming, or 9 hours or something like that. It was 30 cents. Yeah, it's not much. But I like when I get up, if I'm gonna walk away, if I play that 60-second, I got a button that says run 60-second ad break. If I do that, then for the next like 20-30 minutes, it doesn't display any ads when people like join the stream. And yeah, I get a nickel or something. It's ridiculous. What's Tesla doing? It sounds like Tesla's moving. Ooh. Tesla is moving. I'm not chasing. I mean, we got 10 minutes left. I'm not looking to swing Tesla either direction. BYND looks like it. If I can break here, make another move down. And I took it off the list because I didn't want anybody like following it or whatever. But if you were here yesterday or the day before, you know that I have a beyond $79 put that I had written off as a loss. I'm still going to guess that it's not going to get there, but that's okay. So Facebook, it was crazy to see all those 200 calls come in. Where'd my ABBV go? We'll pull back on Zoom. Could get a little crazy. Let's see if we get any extra movement here. Because I think they report, I want to say they report before the bell, right? Yeah, before the bell tomorrow. We do that. Whoever was asking about pins ER, Truther, they do push-up bets in our Discord server on ERs. That's how we play ERs. Most of us do not hold through ER. I did just post the end of day red green check. You're welcome. Sure. Oh, the end of of day jingle. Yeah, good call. Let me see if I can pull that up. The end of day jingle. Here you go.
It's the end of the day and you're looking for a swinger. Just be careful, don't get punched in the dinger.
There you go. Classic. Sure. I think it entertains me more than it does anybody else, but I'm okay with it. So yeah, they report tomorrow before the bell. I was just looking. I mean, I have some calls, but they're like January 2021, September 2020. So, and I have kind of been trimming back even those just because I have a bunch of them. But what? Somebody said MOC 2 billion to the sell side. I don't think anybody's holding anything overnight. Be careful. The MOC 2 billion to the sell side. Seriously? This is funny. What did you say? Does that say Snap took back 15? Nice. Master Tomasito, that is market on close. They're just typically people that place orders in that say whatever it closes at, I want to buy it or sell it or whatever. Something like that. Newmont Gold Corp. Main project to Peru achieves commercial production. Sweet. Newmont has been my hedge. Commons in Newmont for a while. $156. We got 4 minutes. What happened to Facebook? It gave up. It got tired. After we saw this push, I said, what's going to happen? Is it going to pull back here, all the way back? And yeah, it just gave up. And damn, Twitter. You keep going. If anybody followed that Twitter, you're now up 37%. So if you have a small account, don't be afraid to take it. Never know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's up to you. I am personally still holding it. Facebook is like, I'm out. Spy is popping. Those have V81s I bought are green. And we're closed. Okay. Right. Let me do this raffle thing. Giveaways. Anybody else want a raffle ticket? All right. Close entries. Pick winner. Who is it? It's the same. It's the same guy that won last time, and he didn't claim it. Sorry, Silverhawk, you missed out because you weren't here. Oh, would you like one? You type bang raffle space 1. It's just a sticker, but bang raffle space 1 if you want a ticket. Come on, I'm giving you a minute to do it. Master Tomasito. Hardy's got one. What he just typed. Look at what exclamation point raffle space 1. Well, you might not have enough for 3 tickets. They're 25 points. So try bang raffle 1. Exclamation raffle space 1. Try that. There you go. Okay. I swear. Why does this dude keep... He's not even here. There. Master, you got in at the last second. There's your link. All you got to do is go put in your address and it sends it to you. It's just a sticker. But, you know. I really just did it because I wanted to try it. But then Silverhawk wasn't here. I never claimed it. Woohoo! Showed off. Currently listening to ERs. If you guys want to listen in, there you go.
I don't have an updated MOC yet, but I will as soon as they announce it. LYV Live Nation Q3 EPS of 71 cents on a 77 cents. Q3 revenue 3.77 billion on a consensus of 4.09 billion. So a miss and a miss for LYV. Pins reports Q3 EPS negative 23 cents on a consensus of negative 4 cents.
Ooh.
They are reporting revenues 2.79 million on a consensus of 280.62 million. So a miss and a miss
And
for
Live Nation has not moved.
Pins. Cuervo reports Q2 EPS 1.52 on a consensus of 1.3. Revenues 807 million on a consensus of 753.96 million. So a beat and a beat for Cuervo. They're also announcing a $1 billion share purchase program, QRVO.
Wow, Teresa, Pins is under 20.
Yeah.
Pins is not doing well.
I don't have Pins pulled up.
But LYV
Pins
is out and has not moved at all.
OTEX, OTEX, Q1 non-GAAP EPS of 64 cents on a consensus 63. Revenues 696.9 million on a consensus of 700.77 million. OCLS reports Q3 EPS of 2 cents
just
on a
people listen
consensus
in
of negative
on
1
how we
cent.
go through ERs.
Revenues
For the people that aren't
69.5
Black Box
million on a consensus of 70.9. So missing on revs, but beating on the top line. Pins narrows FY19 revenue view to 1.1 billion to 1.115 billion from 1.09 to 1.115 billion. Oh, they're just okay. They're narrowing it. They're not writing down. They're just compressing it.
Because I feel like
consensus is 1.12. So they are guided
correct.
below
That was not
consensus.
good.
They're raising their FY19 adjusted EBITDA view to minus 30 million to minus 10 million, from minus 50 to minus 25.
Like maybe it doesn't trade a lot after hours. I've traded this thing. I've traded options on this a few times and done well on it. I don't know what it usually does after hours, if anything.
Okay,
to go look at that.
SNC reports Q3 adjusted revenue of EPS of
confusing me at the moment.
Reports adjusted EPS of 93 cents on a consensus of 89 cents. Revenue 1.15 billion on a consensus of 1.14 billion. So a beat and a beat on SSNC. Pins reports Q3 MAUs up 28% from last year to 322 million.
I'm just going to go look at news real quick.
NPTN sees Q4 adjusted EPS 4 cents to 14 cents on a consensus of 4 cents. And revenues 94 to 100 million on a consensus of 91.53. So a guide up for NPTN. Funko reports Q3 adjusted
I must have
EPS
heard
of
this wrong.
38 cents
Revenue
on a
up
consensus of
6% year to
32
date.
cents. Revenues 223.3
Adjusted
million
operating
on a
income up.
consensus of
Operating income up.
220.44 million. So they
What was the
beat on
consensus?
EPS and beat slightly on revs.
This is Live Nation delivered its highest operating income and
And
adjusted operating income
NPTN for the current quarter, they
ever
are
as we continue to
reporting
scale our business
adjusted
globally.
EPS of
So
11 cents on a consensus of 2
I
cents.
must have heard that wrong. It
Revenue
sounded
92.4 million on a consensus of 89.77. So NPTN guiding up and beating current quarter. SRDX adjusted EPS of 37 cents on a consensus of 37 cents. Revenues 30.8 million on a consensus of 28.36 million. Funko affirms 2019 adjusted EPS outlook at 1.15 to 1.22 on a consensus of 1.24. Affirms sales outlook of 840 million to 850 million on a consensus of 848 million. It's coming in just a little light on the revenue guide. They're straddling it, but a little on the lower end. And then
must have heard the numbers wrong.
below
Or
consensus
something.
for EPS. TGH EPS of 22 cents on a 32 cents. Revenue. Would you guys please stop bouncing so quickly? Revenue 1.5467 million on a consensus 1.57.76 million. WU Western Union is affirming they're backing their 3-year financial
scanner.
targets, approximately 23% operating margin in 2022 and low double-digit EPS
9%,
CAGR 2020 to
Skyworks,
2022. Those are the
2%.
years.
Philip Morris up 2%. Pins down
Melee
17%.
reports Q3 EPS negative 2.96 on a let's see, may not compare to consensus of positive 9 cents. The revenue was 603.03 million on a consensus of 647.92 million. Big revenue miss from Melee.
Who's going to go short Commons of Melee at 505 a share? Anybody? No?
Must be going up because they dipped and then are bouncing back up. So let's. Energy Recovery reports Q3 EPS of 7 cents on a consensus of 3 cents. Revenue 24.85 million on a consensus of 22.01 million. AYX Alteryx Q3 EPS of 24 cents on a consensus of 9 cents. Q3 revenue 103.4 million on a consensus of 90.47. Nice beat for AYX. USA Truck reports Q3 EPS of minus 13 cents on a consensus of 3 cents. Q3 revenue 130.9 on a consensus
volume.
of
This volume is after hours volume.
129.6. USAK is the ticker. B&G sees 2019 adjusted EPS of 165 to 180 on a consensus of 181. Affirms 2019 sales outlook of 1.665 billion to 1.7 billion on a consensus 1.66. So slight guide up on revenues, guide down on EPS. Gulfport Energy reports Q3 EPS of negative 31 cents on a consensus of positive 22 cents. Revenue came in at 285.2 million on a consensus of 330.48 GPOR. That's a miss on the top and bottom line. FTNT reports Q3 EPS of 67 cents on a consensus of 56 cents. Revenue came in at 547.5 on a consensus of 532.52. FTNT is the ticker with a nice top and bottom line beat.
Currently up 6%, 6.7% after hours.
Bluebird Bio reports Q3 EPS negative 373 on a consensus of 3.5, a negative 3.52. Rev came in at 8.91 million on a consensus of 10.76 million. That is a miss and a miss, decent miss on revenue for Blue. Armax Holdings reports Q3 adjusted EPS of 61 cents on a consensus of 57 cents. Revenue 71.5 million on a consensus of 71.35 million. So a slight beat on revs and a little beat on EPS. ANET, Arista Networks Q4 revenue
Down 18%.
is projected to be between 540 and 560 on a consensus of 686.18. They see their gross margin at 63 to 65%, but that is a big guide down for ANET. I'm trying to find the current quarter numbers because it looks like they're running them out of order for me. FTNT, FY19 EPS 239 to 241 on a consensus of 224. Revenues 2.135 billion to 2.15 billion on a consensus of 2.11 billion. FTNT is guiding up for EPS and revs for FY19. Bluebird expects to treat first Zynteglo commercial patient in early 2020. Piper said record gross margin is a big surprise from
now down 5%. It didn't move. I was ready to like
CWST because
I had a trade ticket up for after hours.
Reports Q3 EPS of 26 cents on a consensus of 32 cents.
I'm like, why
revenues
is this thing?
198.
But when I looked at it before, it hadn't moved yet. Now it's down
191.64. For some reason, it just took me
now
off
it's
the page.
$67.
And OMG,
I was
one
trying
of the
to.
EPS for Melee.
Like,
hold on.
Maybe I missed something. That's all right. Oh, it's okay.
Melee, their EPS. There's got to be something up here. Negative 2.96 may not compare to a consensus of positive 9 cents. The revenue came in at 603.03 million on a consensus of 647.92 million.
So LYV, I'm gonna add.
MOBL reports Q3 EPS of negative
here.
7 cents on a consensus of positive 1 cent. Q3 revenue 52.2 million on a consensus of 52.72 million. That's MOBL with a miss and a miss. RMAX, RMAX sees FY19 revenue 280.5 to 283.5. Consensus is 282.13. So they are really just straddling that FY revenue. Now I want to go back and see ANET because they gave me that one number. Okay, ANET reports adjusted Q3 EPS of 269 on a consensus of 241. Revenue 654.4 on a consensus of 653.25. So they had a really nice beat and beat for the current quarter, but are guiding down for
ANET
the
is now
next
20%.
quarter, 540 to 560 from a consensus of 686.18.
This
Bender, you've played ANET before, right?
I have, but I'm on mute, so you can't hear me. I have, yes.
Look at that.
I know.
Freaking ANET is down $50.
Yeah, it's crazy. I have that on a watch list for sure. I like Arista, but yeah, that's.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so
rough.
if it's taking down Arista, who else is it going to take down?
Well, their competitors would be like Cisco, obviously. Anyone else that does route switch hardware, Cisco, Barracuda, Juniper, potentially. Those are their big competitors.
Okay. Yes, Lisa, a dead cat bounce is when you
Maybe
see a little
F5.
bounce coming in on something that
Bobby,
really
that was
shouldn't be
ANET.
bouncing. They call it a
Arista
dead cat bounce.
Networks.
Okay, what else have we got coming in? TDS, telephone and data, narrows FY revenue view to 3.95 billion to 4.05 billion from 3.9 to 4.1. Okay, they just squeezed it a little bit there. Melee is freaking cranking on some nasty numbers. So
Teresa, can you give me Live Nation again? LYV?
LVS? No, Live Nation is LVY.
LYV.
LYV.
LYV. Because that sounded, I want to make sure I heard those numbers right.
Okay, so they reported EPS of 71 cents on a consensus of 77. Revenues came in at 3.77 billion on a consensus of 4.09 billion. So a miss and a miss.
Okay.
ANET is dumping.
That's what I thought.
And
So the thing with LYV,
Gulfport Energy GPOR backs FY19 capital budget
I
and
didn't hear
production
guidance.
I got that one out.
But when I just went and read their PR,
Menlo Therapeutics reports Q3 EPS
they
minus 70
had their best quarter
on a
ever.
Consensus minus 77
So
cents.
the consensus
As of September 30th, the company
was too high.
had 93.4 million in cash
I'm going to be
equivalents
watching
and
that one for
investments
sure.
compared to 136.3 million.
And it's been pretty strong.
As of December 31st, 2018.
Zuckerberg Dorsey
So
political ads debate could benefit
burn.
legacy media.
CRC, California Resources, sees FY19 capital program 385 to 400 million.
And definitely be watching ANET. That's a huge
Appian
drop.
reports Q3 EPS negative 14 cents on a consensus negative 15 cents. Revenue came in at 69.39 million on a consensus 65.24 million. Melee needs to be on the watch list for tomorrow. Not sure what the heck is happening with them.
Where does ANET have support?
CRC reports Q3 adjusted EPS of 35 cents may not compare to the consensus of negative 37 cents. They report revenue
under $200.
Stop doing that. Sorry guys, I'm trying to read this and it keeps wanting to pop.
So that's about $200.
And it moves down my screen.
187.84
CRC
was
reports
this dip right
Q3
here.
revenue 681 million on a consensus of 603.59 million. That's CRC.
Wow.
So that is a top and bottom line beat for CRC.
December 2018
was
the last time it was down that low.
3 EPS 20 cents on a consensus of 18 cents.
Was it that bad?
The revenues came in at 111.1 on a consensus of 110.37. So a top and bottom line beat. GLPI sees Q4 total cash revenue from real estate at 262 million. ASPN Aspen Aerogels comes in Q4 EPS
that might be overdone. That's a big drop.
15 cents on a consensus of negative 11. Their revenues are coming in at 69.1 million to 70.1 million on a consensus of 70.25. So guiding down
look where this thing
slightly
came
on
from
top
too,
and bottom line.
290.
CBL Properties reports Q3 adjusted FFO of 34 cents on a consensus of 32 cents. Revenue 187.25 on a consensus of 185.7. So top and bottom line beat there. Loco sees FY19 same-store sales growth of approximately 1 to 2%. Adjusted EBITDA between 61.0 and 63 million. CBL Properties backs FY19 adjusted FFO view 130 to 135 on a consensus of 132. So a straddle there. MRC Global reports Q3 EPS 18 cents on a consensus of 13. Revenue 942 million on a consensus of 939.16 million. So a beat and a beat for MRC in the current quarter. CPT Camden Property sees Q4 FFO 1.21 to 1.25 on a consensus of 1.28. Cuts FY19 FFO midpoint guidance to 502 to 509 on a consensus of 506. It's still a straddle. TDS correction. So TDS.
Definitely be watching Arista.
Their revenue, EPS came in at 15 cents on a consensus of 24 cents. Revenue came in at 1.32 billion on a consensus of 1.31 billion.
I mean, it has not
TDS,
been down this low.
A decent sized miss on
since December
EPS,
of last year.
But revs came in a tiny bit higher. VICI Properties reports Q3 AFFO 35 cents on a consensus of 34. Revenue 222.5 on a consensus of 223.99. That's VICI. X reports Q3 adjusted EPS.
So look at this.
Negative 21
it's got a
cents
tendency.
on a consensus
We could
of
see
negative
it
29.
drop for a couple days.
Revenue came in 3.07
Watch
billion on a consensus of 3.05 billion. That's for X. Beat and a beat.
And then we'll be looking to see this thing, see if it can climb up a little bit. You could probably
FY,
get, I think this is probably overdone a little bit.
54 to 57 cents from 55
we'll see. I thought
to
Alta was overdone
51
too.
cents. So a bigger loss on EPS. The consensus is minus 52. They're raising their FY revenue view to 265 to 266 from 260.5 to 262.5 on a consensus of 261.94. So they're guiding down for full year EPS, but guiding up slightly on revs. CASA Systems sees FY19 EPS negative 15 to negative 25 on a consensus of positive 20. Revenue 255 million to 270 million on a consensus of 325.25 million. CASA, big guide down for the full year.
Wow.
Bio, B-I-O, Bio-Rad reports Q3 EPS of $1.61. There are currently two estimates at $1.40. Revenue came in at 560.6 million. We've got two estimates at 565.03 million. So beat on EPS.
What was it? 505 a share? It was 505. Now it's 550. Yeah, that is crazy. I don't play $500 a share tickers after hours. That's for sure.
I think the only one I'm missing is Builders.
Seagate taking a little bit of a hit after hours.
All right,
Cisco
Pixelworks,
down a little bit after hours.
PXLW. Q3 EPS minus 1 cent on a consensus minus 1 cent. Revenues 18.06
some hardware,
million.
data center hardware companies
18 million.
taking a little bit of a hit.
That is a inline on EPS,
on that
small
ANET miss.
beyond revs. Thank you. I need all that beer. TDS reports. Okay, they've already done that. Why are they doing that again? I guess because they messed it up the first time. Allied Motion reports Q3 EPS positive. AMOT Q3 EPS 49
Dare I
cents.
look at pins? Where's that thing at now? 2044.
Q3 revs 96.6 million with two estimates at 92.14 million. AMOT a beat and a beat on top of the bottom line. Pixelworks PXLW sees Q4 revenue 15 to 17 million on a consensus of 17.7 million. Guide down. TDS telephone and data cuts FY revenue view to 5.03 to 5.28 billion from 5. That doesn't even make sense. They just gave me the same two numbers. 5.03 billion to 5.28 billion from 5.03 billion to 5.28 billion. That one makes no sense. Pins falls over 18% to 20.51 per share after Q3 earnings miss. Okay, guys, I think that is all of the big
Chopper.
ones that I have
Welcome.
listed. Is there
Thank
anything
you.
that anyone else is looking for that I have not read out?
We just went through earnings. All the ERs that just came out.
Okay, then. It is Q&A Thursday. Does it?
And I'm gonna mute it from there. You guys, we're not gonna do the Q&A Thursday. You need to be in Black Box Discord to get that. I will answer a few questions if anybody has anything. I'm not going to be around long, but I got a couple minutes. If anybody has anything they want me to look at or any questions, anything they want to discuss, I'm here for a few minutes. Chopper, what do you trade? What'd you play today? I don't have trading privileges. Do all great traders wear hats? Do all great traders wear hats? I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if I'm a great trader. I don't know. I know definitely some traders that are better than I am, that I learned from. I don't think they wear hats, so I don't know. Couldn't tell you. But I will tell you that I live on Mountain Time. Where did you learn your stuff? Oh, hard lessons. I know. No, I'm not in it. I am, but I will be. I still like ANET, and if you look at their kind of what it does, what it's done after the last couple ERs, taking a big drop, and continues to drop for a little while, and then starts to. I'll be looking for that turnaround. I like ANET, especially under $200. So I'll be keeping an eye on it. Yeah, that thing was 330 back in March. So there's your next Ulta potentially, and that. Yeah. The last time that I could find them being this low was 28 December 18. They were 187.82. So yeah, yeah. Crazy. But I'll tell you what I like about ANET, and I understand that like that, and this is where I want to do some digging. Is who's supplying route switch to some of the bigger data center providers, right? The Equinix, the level threes, obviously Microsoft, Amazon, Google. What I like about ANET is that they are more of a white box, open source type operating system supplier. Those companies, they're not putting Cisco hardware in those data centers. So that's why I like ANET, is because it's more white box, more customizable. They can run whatever they want. So they've always been interesting to me. So I think I'll be waiting until this thing, starts to turn around. So anyway, great job on ERs though. That was awesome. I do. Yep. That wasn't recent though, right? That was a while ago. Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. I used to sell Cisco, F5, Arista, Barracuda, Juniper, all that stuff. And I've been a big fan of what ANET has done. But yeah, I knew there was that whole thing going on. Anyway, great job, Teresa. So Chopper, most of it was trial and error, to be honest. And a lot of it, like after I made some mistakes, I said I need some help. And I started like getting books, watching everything I could watch. I did all the like pay for stupid things that promised to teach me. I tried following other people's alerts and what they were saying to buy and sell without understanding what I was doing. And I made a lot of mistakes that way. I got lucky in that I had an early big win on a penny stock that basically paid for my losses, thankfully. That was years ago. But now the people that I learn from, and I've been doing this for a while, but the people that I still learn from are in Black Box, which is why their little logo was up there. I work for them. Sort of. I'm a moderator, trade moderator for them. So I call out trade ideas throughout the day. Not necessarily saying go buy this or go sell this, but I stream live like I'm doing right now. Today was kind of slow, but I spend most of the day here. And I just started this last week, but I spend most of the day here streaming my charts, showing everybody what I'm looking at, what I see on the chart, potential entries. And, I think based on the people that keep coming back that has some value for people, I hope. But, if it's something that you're interested in, read a lot and paper trade, practice. Paper trading is like the ability to execute trades, but without real money. It's like play money, like Monopoly. And you can develop a strategy and, learn how it works. Everybody kind of has a different path of how they figure it out and how they get here. But that's the path I took. You're also Mountain Time? Awesome. I am in Colorado. Is it harder to take it serious if you use that is a really good question, and I think so. Canada. Right on. I think it depends on like your mentality and like, do you think of it as a video game? Because if so, it's going to be a lot harder to take it serious with real money, and you're not going to get the feeling and the emotion that comes along with it. You have to get yourself, before you start paper trading, I think you need to mentally get yourself into, like, give yourself a reward or a consequence for like the trades that you did well on. And by doing well, I don't mean the trades that you made money or lost money on. I mean the trades that you planned your entry, you were disciplined. It was a good trade, even if it went against you, like it was a good trade. I made a good entry. I had a plan. I stuck to my plan. That is a good trade. You're not going to win them all. I mean, if you look up here, I lost a couple today. And that's just the way it is. But if you win more than you lose, and you're disciplined and somewhat consistent, then you can do okay with it. And I think if you start to paper trade and give yourself some sort of reward / consequence for making stupid decisions or really smart decisions, good trades, maybe you take it a little more seriously. But if you just think of it as a video game, like a slot, slots on a phone, you're not gonna have that emotional attachment. And there is, it takes a long time to start getting in and out of these trades without being emotional. Anybody else? Questions? Got a couple minutes left. How much should I know before I start with real cash? It's not about how much you know, right? It's more about when you feel comfortable and you've been consistent for a little while. What whiskey were you drinking? This is Knob. This is what I'm drinking right now. I got a few that I like, but this one, my birthday was on Friday, and I was camping with a bunch of friends, and they all know that I like whiskey, so I ended up with like 4 or 5 bottles of whiskey, different stuff. 3 of them I'd never even had before. Yeah, Knob Creek is good. I like it. Actually, I got this one. Oh, I'd have to go. Yeah, please. I'm all for it. Hook me up. Let's get down to the dollars and cents here. What do you want to know, Chopper? Like once you feel comfortable and you've been able to paper trade consistently, then maybe start. And when I say consistently, like can you make more green trades than red trades for a couple of weeks? If so, then maybe you can start dipping your toes in the water. But it's your daughter goes to college in Mesa. In Mesa, Arizona, in Mesa Verde, in what? Do you use selling strategies? As in, do I sell options? Or what are you referring to? Oh, I write covered calls sometimes on long-term positions, especially Microsoft. I have a pretty decent sized position in Microsoft, long, and I sell covered calls. In Colorado, gotcha. I think that's a long ways from here. They have one best bourbon. The best bourbon I've tried is John J. Bowman, Virginia Straight Bourbon. Nice. John J. Bowman. I'll have to send myself that like in a text. Are you still in Discord? Bobby, if so, can you DM that to me? That would be awesome, because I will definitely give it a shot. But I'm not going to remember the name of it probably the next time I go. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will definitely give it a shot. Or 2 or 3 or 4. Thank you. Chopper, it sounds like you have some, maybe some more questions. Are there certain strats that you stick to? Certain I tend to play momentum and directionally, right? So I don't do a lot of the like iron condors and butterflies and things like that. I look for momentum, and I'm typically playing support and resistance levels on multiple time frames on a chart. That is my strategy. Like I want the market. Typically, I want the market to be moving in the same direction that I'm playing, if that makes sense. So if the market is going down, then I would rather play puts. I like my strategy is literally just to put as many factors in my favor or probabilities in my favor as I possibly can. So when you're on here, if you're watching me during the day, a lot of times I'm looking at tickers on multiple time frames. I might look at the 1 minute, the 5 minute. Down here I got the daily. Sometimes if I don't like what I see on the daily or I don't get a clear picture, I might take that to a 2-hour chart. And I like to look for support and resistance areas on longer term time frames and then play those directionally short term, intraday, maybe short term swings. So that's kind of my strategy is I just, I want to play. I want to try to get as many probabilities and factors to line up in my favor as I can. Like if I see a stock that's going down for the last 3 months and all of a sudden on the 1 minute it's spiking and people are chasing it, I don't want to play that. I don't want to buy that because it's like, yeah, it might be spiking up on a 1 minute chart and maybe even moving up on a 5 minute chart, but on an hourly and a daily, it's been down for the last 7 months. I don't really want to try to go long on that stock. So that's kind of how I operate. And I use black box. Like we look at options flow and options alerts and see what the big money's doing, right? When you see someone putting $105,000 into a call sweep, well, that's in SPY. So $105,000 is a drop in the bucket. I wouldn't even pay attention to that. SPY and SPX and things like that. Blocks, I don't really pay attention to. I look for sweeps. And I personally like the sweeps that are shorter dated. I don't like playing stuff out to January, February most of the time. And I like to see repeat sweeps in the same ticker, the same expiration, and the same strike. And then I go look at the chart, and if I can see that flow come in, and I can go look at the chart, and it lines up for me on a chart, and I can say, yeah, I can see why they're buying in here, then I'm interested. So maybe that's helpful for you. Anything else? Do you have to follow the news about a company? Do you have to follow the news? No. Now it depends, right? So some people are trading like I trade intraday and more shorter time horizon. You always see traders with news playing in the background. I don't watch the news, so to speak, while I'm trading, but I do have like through the platforms that I have, Fidelity and E-Trade. If news pops up on one of my positions, it pops up a little alert thing, tells me that there's news on that position. You definitely don't want to be, there are certain traders that I know that don't care about the news because they're playing really long term. And the news is just kind of noise and they don't care, right? Like Caterpillar or, whatever, Johnson & Johnson or, I think the news impacts them and I do pay attention to it. I don't watch the news in the background, but you can just watch the chart and see what's happening. And if news pops up, like I use TradingView for my charting, and if news pops up in here, I'll see that. We've got a bunch of people in Discord that will shout out if, some big headline comes across. And you'll see me frequently looking at the SPY, the Qs, and UVXY. I'm also watching the ES futures. Like when there's a big headline that really matters, you're going to see it there too. You're going to see it in the charts. And I tend to play the chart, more than the news, right? There's times that news comes out and you're expecting it to go one way and it goes the other way, and you're like, I don't get it, right? How does Boeing's planes keep falling out of the damn sky and yet the stock can still go up, right? So I don't really pay too much attention to that. You just kind of play the chart, play support and resistance, play momentum. The trend is your friend, all that stuff. Don't try to fight the trend. If a stock's been going up all day, don't try to look for the top and short it. It's, sometimes it works, but wait until you see confirmation and you see it turn around and go the other way and then play that trend. Holy shit. Arista 185. And that lower spot that we saw from December was what, 187.50? I think we had found. Let's go back to a daily. Yeah, down here near like 187.24 to 187.50. That was back in December. Now we're at 185. That is just getting crushed. You know, hopefully it finds support. You got 180 to 179 or 176-ish, maybe even all the way down to 175. Possible if this area doesn't hold, which it looks like it's not. It's still dropping after hours. You can see what happens with it tomorrow, but not looking good for Arista. But no, so Chopper, I don't have the news on. Like I'm not watching it. There are people in the Discord server that are watching it, that are listening to it, and they'll call it out. I like the TradingView charts, personally. You can certainly chart with the charts that... Now, Thinkorswim, their charts, I think, are better than most of the other platforms. I have Fidelity and E-Trade. Their charts are okay, but I just love the way that I just love the way that I can use TradingView's charts. Like they're all in tab. These are all browser tabs. It runs in Chrome, and I can draw my lines and everything. These are just, you know, web browser tabs, and so I can flip through them, you know, really quick. I just like the way it works. The charts, whatever chart is selected, is linked to my watch list. So if I'm here looking at Facebook and I go, okay, well, let's see, that's Facebook. That's Facebook. Those are both on the 1 minute. Okay, let's look at ABBV. I can just click on ABBV. Pulls up the chart. Like I can just operate so much faster than I can in my platform. It just feels a lot more natural. Yes, Chopper, I do this full time. And somebody in Discord has an open mic. Gordon. There must be a lot of tax benefits. A lot of tax benefits? Man, you got to go see a tax guy about that. Like I trade in an IRA, which does carry tax benefits. I trade in a 401k, which carries tax benefits. And then I trade in a brokerage account. I write everything off to my own business. But yeah, I trade full time. I think the barrier to entry now is a bit lower too, with everybody getting rid of their commissions. It's kind of cool. All right, this dude still hasn't... You guys can't hear it because he's in Discord, but I'm listening to somebody like make dinner or something in their kitchen. So he is getting muted. All right, he's muted. How are they going to make money? The broke? Why? They still charge. Somebody's taking a shower, Bobby. It was Gordon, and I server muted him. I sent him a message first to let him know. But yeah, he's muted now. There still are. So you got to understand that when you have money in a brokerage account, they can float that money, make investments on it, earn money on your money, that sort of thing. They also make money like for trading options. There's still a contract charge. There's just no ticket charge anymore, and most of them are not charging on equities. There's still plenty of ways that they're making money off that. Now, are they going to take a revenue hit? Yeah, I think we heard that, and this was genius, right? Schwab, they were the first ones to, after Robinhood, right? But they don't count. But Schwab were the first ones to come out and say they were getting rid of all their commissions on stocks, and and everyone else had to follow suit, right? Fidelity, E-Trade, all the other brokers, TD. But what was so smart about that is that Schwab ran the numbers and figured out that it was only 16% of their revenue. But for E-Trade, it was like 26 or 28% of their revenue. Bobby, yeah, I should be here tomorrow. I'm planning on being here tomorrow. Given that it's Halloween, I got friends and stuff coming over. That could change, but more than likely I'll be here. Usually before the bell. 10 minutes before the bell, 15 minutes before the bell, something like that. Right on, man. I will catch you tomorrow, and thanks for the recommendation. I'll check it out for sure. I'm going to snag some of that discounted candy tomorrow. That's a good investment, Chopper. It's the way to do it. Buy the dip, right? Buy it when the inventory is higher and the demand is lower. There you go. BTFD on candy. Twitter's still holding up nicely. And what's ABBV doing after hours? Down a dime. We'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Everyone says not to get into trading. What are your thoughts on that? My thoughts on that are don't listen. Like, who are they to tell you what you can and cannot do? Right? Everyone says not to get into trading because everybody knows somebody that lost money trading. And if you don't take your time, if you're not patient, if you're not disciplined, you too will lose money. Is it risky? Yeah, it's risky. But I take, most of the risk that I take is calculated, somewhat calculated risk, educated risk. And like I said, I try to put all the probabilities in my favor. I do the best that I can. It is risky. But it's not a lotto ticket most of the time. I'm making my decisions based on areas where a stock has moved in the past, historically, like time and time again. And I would say that the majority of traders that join us, the majority of traders that I come across, they don't take the time to learn that strategy before they lose all their money. They're just jumping in and out of stuff, and they're buying everything that has a news headline, and next thing you know, they're broke, right? You cannot do that. You can't expect that to be a winning strategy. You have to be patient. This is not get rich quick. This is develop a strategy, develop some sort of plan. What works for me? Document that stuff. Even when you're paper trading, start writing them down. Here's what I traded. Here's why. Here's why I bought it. Here's why I got out of it. Learn from your mistakes, and don't just think that, oh, this, if you get 2 wins, oh, the stock market's easy. I'll just go buy stuff. Cool. Then you're going to lose all your money. Go get a book. I recommend this to a lot of people. Somebody recommended it to me, and it's one of the best that I've read. It's called Trading in the Zone. Go read that book. It'll teach you a lot. Have I been on the Reddit thread called Wall Street Bets? I haven't. And yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do recommend that book. It's a really good book. Really good book. But no, I haven't been on that Reddit thread. I don't spend a lot of time on Reddit, to be honest. Headline for ABBV 7 hours ago for anybody that is playing it or was playing it. I got out of most of it today before ER. But ABBV has turned to the upside, so continue to hold longs and raise sell stops. What are your thoughts on CI? Also in the same sector, WCG and HUM. What are my thoughts on them? Healthcare. So Humira, Cigna, and what's the other one? WCG. You're seeing the volume bars on the right of the chart. Is that indicating volume per price level? Sort of, yeah. Yeah, it's like during the visible range, VPVR shows me the volume at each level that's happening, up volume versus down volume at that level. I think, you know what, barbecue guy, you should check Pete's room, Pistol Pete, because he was talking about, is it XLI? I think he was the one that was talking about going long on this sector, and actually I did. I think I'm still in some when he said it was time to go long. And for anybody that knows Pete, like, he's the guy that doesn't care about the news so much. Like, short-term stuff doesn't really bother him. He's more long-term, for sure. Yeah, he's probably the guy to ask about sectors. Right now, you're definitely entering an area that is, can be a pivot, support, and resistance area. Did it break through yet? I don't know. 178.46, 170, maybe at 179 or so. You're starting to see that, but 182, there's still resistance. If I was just looking at this as a stock chart, right? I'm not the person to talk about sectors, but if I was looking at this as just a regular chart, any other stock, any other ticker, I would say that it has held this support level down here at 146, made its way up from there. You're entering an area that is previous support and resistance on, I'm looking at a 2-hour time frame right now. Like if I go down to, let's look at daily or even weekly. Try to get a sense of what's going on here. Kind of the same story, the same picture. You were above it for a while, dropped down below it, found support, came back up. Now you're at resistance. You want to see confirmation of it getting through that resistance if you're looking for upside. You want to see confirmation of a rejection if you're looking for further downside. But I'm guessing you want, given that it's CI, WCG, and Humira, you went short today? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look and see, look for that confirmation. I would, before getting in and like actually holding it, I'd want to see that confirmation. And by confirmation, I want to see this thing break down on like a 15-minute chart and start taking out some of these areas of support. Because that's more of a longer term play. So 180 is your cut point. 180 is your cut point. Yeah, they could fake you out, but I don't, I like it. Round hole number 180. Yeah, but you see these, these wicks that go above. That's where you get faked out. Granted, this is a weekly chart, but yeah, I like it. I like it. I like your kind of what you're looking at. Previous resistance failed here back in July and pulled back, and you're right there at that same spot. You could get a nice pullback again. So I like it. For sure. You'd rather short it up there, obviously, but I like it. I like the risk versus reward because you're going to know real quick, right? Within $1, you're going to know if you were right or wrong. How much coffee do you drink a day? I don't know, like 1 cup, and no, that's whiskey. I'm beyond coffee at this point. Like 1 to 2 cups of coffee a day. I probably don't even drink 2. It's rare that I make it through a second cup. What kind of whiskey? This is Knob Creek. Never had it. Never even heard of it. So with trading is a big part of the day cycling through these tickers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean a lot of what I do, you'll see me if you tune in during the day, you'll see me like we'll be talking about a ticker, and I'll try to find, on the chart where I might be interested in it. And then once I kind of identify, okay, I like what it's doing. Here's the move that here's what I like about it. Here's what I don't like. Then I'll try to say it, we're looking at Twitter. This is just an example, right? Let's say Twitter made this move to the downside, like it did. Popped back through this 34 EMA, back through VWAP, ran all the way through the 200, pulled back, bounced off the 34 a couple times, bounced around the 34. If it was up here, maybe I look at this and I go, well, I really want to see it come back and test here. I don't want to buy it up here. I want to wait for a pullback. So what I might do is I might say, okay, if it pulls back below the 34, I might be interested. I'd go look at areas of support and resistance, and I'd say, okay, maybe I look at it multiple time frames. I go, okay, 29.50, like that could be an area where I'm interested. Then I will just right click and I'll add an alert at that price, or maybe just a little higher. And then I'll move on to the next chart. And then once that alarm goes off or that alert goes off, I'll come back, I'll look at it, I'll see what it does. I'll see if it looks like it's going to turn the other direction, like I think it wants to, and then that's when I make my entry. And knowing within a short move if I was right or wrong was my main attraction. CMO Fisher crossover. Pointing a potential pullback. Yeah, nice. On the daily? For day trading, you usually find half the stocks you want to trade pre-market and follow them unless an alert goes off elsewhere, or at least for me at Chopper. Yeah, a lot of people use the pre-market action as an indicator, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people use like what is moving pre-market, where's the volume going, is there news, what's going on? With something pre-market can be a good, indication of what might have some movement, volume, and volatility for that day, for sure. Pre-market, after hours, things like news, earnings, earnings results are all things that I definitely pay attention to. Like, I'll be watching ANET tomorrow to see what happens with it. I'll look at it at the end of pre-market and see where it finishes, tonight. But that one will be on watch for me tomorrow, along with, what was the other one that I had? Live Nation. There was one other one I added to that watch list. No, it was just Live and ANET right now. Pins might be interesting. It took a pretty big drop too, but I know their numbers were bad. So I'm always paying attention to BA and what it's doing, because it can move. Tesla can move. Nvidia can move. Shop, Facebook, Amazon, Roku, Netflix. Those can all move and create some interesting, some good opportunities. I watch ES and SPY pre-market, wait like 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah. I typically in the morning am looking for direction by watching ES, SPY, the Qs, UVXY. And today was just flat, right? It was tough today. But yeah, I'm usually watching those for direction as well. And guys, I'll be right back. I can answer a few more questions, but I need just a minute, and I will be right back. Oh, and so you get a commercial, because that's what we do, and I'll be right back. Sorry. Hopefully that commercial wasn't too painful, but I'm back. So the last one was Knob. This one is Leopold. And this, a buddy of mine, Derek, if you're watching, This is really good. I like it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Enjoy it. Tasty, tasty. Yeah, I enjoy it. Really smooth. Really, really smooth. My go-to house bourbon is Weller's. I don't know that I've had Weller's either. I kind of stick to the... I don't... Every now and then I go to the store and I just like grab something that has a cool label that I don't know. But yeah. Weller's. I'll add that to the list. Regular barbecue guy, thank you. I love the recommendations. I'll give it a shot for sure if I see it somewhere. You know, there's one that I bought I had to because it was called Bender's Whiskey, and I saw it at a liquor store, and I was like, I gotta try this, and it actually was pretty damn good. So if you ever see it, Bender's Whiskey, it's pretty good, and it's not mine, but it's good. So today, let's see, we've been streaming. I've only been doing this since last Thursday. And today was our record, you know, the number of simultaneous viewers and people chatting and that sort of thing. And it's growing slowly. But if you made money here today, and you should have, because there was a couple good calls up there that paid. And if you did, go tell some other people about it. I appreciate it. And I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter. Here on Twitch, BenderProfitBox.live. You can find me. So if you're new here, or if you were here this morning for some of these plays, I hope you made money. It's usually very affordable, but word has been getting okay. Really? I like Buffalo Trace. Pappy's good. Happy Halloween, Master. Enjoy it. And, man, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching it. Like, you know, the more people we get watching it, it spreads a little bit. And, you know, we get this little community that, you know, we can all kind of look at stuff. And that's what we do in Black Box all day long. That's why I like it so much. You know, there's a lot of good traders in there. And I'm trying to, you know, the whole hope here, the goal here is we get people that join Black Box that don't quite understand how to use it. They don't, you know, they haven't been doing this for a long time, so they're still trying to figure it out. And so I'm just hoping that, you know, maybe I can help. And obviously, you know, I'm trying to build a brand a little bit. I get, you know, if someone uses that link up there to sign up, then I get a kickback from it. And me being a moderator in Black Box, you know, the more people that sign up, the better for business. Mostly options. Small account was up 20% today, so time to celebrate. Hell yeah, regular barbecue guy, go celebrate. That's awesome. Way to go. Thanks for following, Zombil. But yeah, mostly options. I trade commons every now and then. Most of the time, if I'm trading commons, I'm either trying to flip something after hours, which I don't do. I used to trade a lot pre-market and after hours. I don't really mess with it too much now, just because I used to trade like the early pre-market, so I would get up at about 5 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't sleep. I'd get up, get in front of my computer at 5:30. Very little volume on stuff, fast moves, try to make a few bucks. Like I got to a point like trading options. I'm like, I don't have to do that anymore. and I don't want to. It's better to, start trading at, in my opinion, 7:30 and be in and out of options typically in the same day. Trying to redeem the sticker in Streamlabs. Did you use you should just, I don't know how it works, but it made me pay for it, and then like it automatically showed up like in the interface, and it said, you have a giveaway sticker that you paid for, and do you want to give it away? And I was like, yeah. So is it not, I don't know what it's doing. You got it? Okay, cool. I was gonna say, also, if it didn't work for you or something, I would send them an email. So to anybody that's watching that's not a member of Black Box, go follow my YouTube channel as well, because on YouTube and Twitter I announce, like a week ago we gave a free month to somebody to Black Box that won a Guess the Close contest, and I'm going to be doing another one soon. You noticed your TA worked with blue chips, but of course the pennies would be, oh yeah. Yeah. IV's killed me more often than not. Biggest learning lesson so far. Yeah, IV will kill you. I've actually used them. I've used Sticker Mule. If you are in, you're a Black Box member. So did you see the computer build that I did for Mailstone? Because I use Sticker Mule for those stickers. But if you go to betterprofitbox.live and you see the swag section, they forced me to do that, basically. It's like one of the things that you have to do, like to get to a certain level in Twitch. They have amazing suits, pretty good. No, I did not join. Oh, you joined the Discord a week ago. Okay. Cool. How did Master? How'd you find Black Box? If you're still there, or did you just walk away? I'm curious how you found Black Box. Master Tomasito, I think. Yeah. Heard about it in a small trading group. Oh, okay. Are you don't have to tell me the college, but you're not like up in the Northeast, are you? Went to UGA. There was a bit of, oh, okay, cool. Nice. Well, welcome. Your stepbrother started using it and showed it to me. I wish I knew about trading in college. Yeah, me too. I didn't learn about trading until like about 9 years ago. Like, I knew about it. I knew what it was and that sort of thing, but I didn't really start messing with it until like 9 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. Master Tomasito, if you have anybody else in that group or know anybody else that, wants to check it out, tell them to come here. Tell them to message me and I'll get them hooked up. We do trial weeks all the time, so. Just graduated in May and always wanted to learn. Took the time a few months ago to really start learning. Man, it's a skill that will pay it will just pay once you learn it, right? If you take the time to learn it, I think it's invaluable. Even if you're not day trading, even if you're just, trying to manage some positions in an IRA or, what to do with your 401k and that sort of thing. Like I think this is knowledge and skills that they pay dividends. right? Good stuff to know for sure. And personally, so I was an IT guy for a long time, like, I don't know, 17 years or something, and then went from the technical side of IT to sales and went and worked at SHI and Microsoft and then this company called Lightstream. And, you know, trading for me, it's like the freedom that I just didn't have, you know, and I had a lot of freedom in sales. It's not like you are punching a clock most of the time, that sort of thing. And I enjoyed it for a while. The IT side I really enjoyed for a while. But I don't know. Trading, I just, it's like, it's all up to you. If you fail or you succeed, it's nobody else's fault but your own. And I like that. I like that, you know, it's up to me whether or not it works. And it's how much time and effort I put into it and how much discipline I have is what determines whether or not this is going to work or not. Right? And it's working for me, but, you know, it took a while to get there for sure. I was trying to take for a long time, early mistakes, I tried to take the easy way out. And the easy way out is like, oh, well, this looks awesome and everybody says it's awesome, so I'm going to buy it. And then it fucking tanks, right? And you're like, oh my God, not lost again. What the heck? They all said it was going to go up. Okay, well, you can't listen to that crap. Yeah. What the effort you put in is what you'll get out for sure. And Master Tomasito, that is not, you know, that's a true story. That happens to a lot of people, right? I heard it on StockTwits, so it's got to be true. I read it on Investors Hub, so it's got to be true. I saw it on Twitter. It's going up. Everybody, brother, mother, sister, buy this. Everyone on Twitter says it's going up. And then what happens? It doesn't go up. Yeah. So ignore all that stuff. It's all just noise. Focus on the chart and become disciplined. And I personally, like, there's trades that I'll like that I won't take just because I'm like, just not, there's something that I just don't feel about it. Like, it looks good and everything looks like it lines up, but you know, I just don't, I'm not taking it. First stock I found was through StockTwits, PTX, buyout. 3 years later, they declare Chapter 11. Yeah, that's not an uncommon story, for sure. You're not the only one. I've told this story to the group in Discord. Yeah, the StockTwits story. So mine wasn't StockTwits, it was Investors Hub, iHub. I got looped in, wrangled in early on. And I got really lucky on one of the penny stocks that I was in and, you know, invested a ton of money in it. And early on it worked out. And I'll tell you which one it was. For anybody that follows this stuff, Motovox, MTVX was one of them. There was a bunch before that I had made decent money on. But when I was making money on them, it was because I wasn't jaded yet. And I wasn't, you know, it was like, I was still cautious. So I would, you know, buy a penny stock, make some money on it and pull my money out, which was good. It was working, right? And I'm like, this is easy. Like, you know, you just go read about the, you know, the next big company and, you know, let it go up 2 or 3 cents. You put a couple $1,000s in it, you make your money, right? It seemed easy. And then I got looped into this one that I did all the research, and I'm a research guy, and I did all the research that I could do on this guy, on this company. You know, they had like presentations going on with NASA, and they were supplying, you know, it was this technology that you know, reduced emissions that NASA was super interested. And I'm like, why the hell would I buy into some stupid story like this? I don't know. Today I absolutely wouldn't. I'd be like, oh no, it's all electric. But I bought into it, and I was reading on, Investors Hub, like that the CEO is this guy from Missouri, and he's a pastor, and Kansas City gave them some incentives to open up a factory there, and it like everything sounded good, and that's the way they make it sound, right? It's supposed to sound that way, and I got looped in on the guy's a pastor. Like I looked him up, he was a pastor, sure enough. I looked up the tax breaks. I looked up the incentives from Kansas City. Sure enough, it was all there. It all existed. They were putting out a flurry of PRs and videos and things like that. And I dumped quite a bit of money in it. Under a penny is what I got in at. And one day I was walking down the street, and I was still in my IT job, and I'm walking down the street, and I look at my phone because I'm checking my account in Fidelity, and I'm like, I wonder what the stock's doing today, right? And I'm looking at my phone, and I was up $327,000. $327. Did I take it? No, I didn't take it. Why? Because I'm an idiot. Because it was only at like 3.5 cents, and everyone said it was going to go to $1, right? And when I'm buying it, I'm buying more because I'm like, all right, they say it's going to $1. I have enough shares that if it gets to 1/10 of that, if it gets to a dime, I'm going to make $1 million or more, right? So I kept like piling money in, money that I had already previously made. Did it ever get there? No, it didn't get there. What happened? Came out that this pastor was accused of being a child molester, kicked out of the church, no longer a pastor. In fact, his business had gone bankrupt. The factory was completely empty. It was empty, just dust and some brooms in the corner and that sort of thing. They got sued for patent infringement. All this happened within 2 days, and my $330 some odd thousand was worth about $500. So there's my story, and a lot of us have one like it. And that's how you learn like not to trust what you hear on StockTwits and Investors Hub, and you don't like this penny story bullshit. 99% of it is garbage. Like it's a mailbox in front of some dude's house, and you got a bunch of people on there pumping it saying it's going to be the next whatever, and it's not. I mean, maybe but the chances are so rare, like so slim that, yeah. Yep. But you live and learn. And like I said, thankfully I had made, the money that I invested in that was money that I had made in other penny stocks. So some people aren't that lucky, and I get that. Like they learn those expensive lessons, and they learn it with their own invested money, and I got to learn it with house money. I consider myself lucky for that. So Mythical, yeah, I do. I mean, yesterday I was here till, I don't know. Like on Mountain Time, it's 3:30. I think yesterday I was here till 4:30, doing like Q&A and going through some charts and stuff like that. Man, if there's people that are willing to hang out and want to talk about this stuff, I'll hang out as long as I can. I mean, I have people coming over here in the next hour that I got to get ready for, but yeah. And there's probably some people watching now that can come in here and tell me some things. I don't know it all, but I've been doing it long enough that I've learned a lot of the hard lessons, for sure. Oh yeah, you're Eastern. Do you use any indicators that you think the general retail market doesn't use? Probably not. I think, and I am the general retail market, right? I'm maybe just have a little more experience than in the general retail market. Probably don't use any unique, crazy indicator. There is not a, hey, give me money indicator. It doesn't really exist. So I think what happens is the number of questions that we get in Discord, the number of questions that we see every day about support and resistance are, it's kind of crazy to think about. Every month when we get an inflow of 50 new trials and 100 new whatever, the number of questions we get about support and resistance it's like, TTM squeeze is good. Yeah. So Z Zomble, I was talking about this last night. I like TradingView. One of the things that I really like about it is the fact that you can replay charts, and it's not. I think it's really good practice to try a couple. Like, I have charts that have like way too many indicators on them, right? I actually have one chart I could show you that I saved. I'd have to pull it up. I mean, look at all the indicators on this one, right? Most of these are indicators that I'm just kind of playing with, seeing how they act, trying to get a feel for them. But there's kind of like 4 different classes of oscillators or indicators, right? Most of them have to do with either price or volume or some kind of combination. And I tell people, like, add a couple indicators, 2-3 indicators, right? Just go check them out. Look at a couple of charts and see if those indicators, like how they line up. Like, if you want to catch this move, right? Say you said, well, I want to catch this move. Okay, let me add a couple indicators and see what those indicators are saying when that move happens. And then when the pullback starts to happen, what are those indicators telling you? What do they look like? Right? And try to get a couple indicators that line up. Like, here's a TTM squeeze and momentum indicator that I've actually come to like, and see if they line up. And then go replay the chart with those indicators and see if you would, because it's easy to analyze it and look at it after the fact and say, oh, well, right here, everything's lining up. Right? So I would consider that a buy signal, right? Well, would you? What if the rest of this indicator had not made its move yet? Would you still consider that a buy signal? And it's a lot more difficult when you can't see the outcome of what has happened, right? So with TradingView, what I can do, and by the way, if anybody likes TradingView, please, I need all the support that I can get. I don't spam you guys very much, but I may be about to spam you with a TradingView link because I get TradingView coins. Anyway, what you can do with TradingView is you can hit this button up here that says replay, right there, and then you can pick a spot on a chart, right? I can pick a spot. Let me see if it'll do it on the multi-time frame. Let me go back to here. Let's go to a 1 minute with these indicators on Roku. I'm going to hit replay. And I'm going to say I want to replay, I don't know, from here. And then I hit play. Now I can see those candles play out. I can slow this down. That's still too fast. So you can slow the chart down to whatever speed you like a normal, so it plays out like a normal chart or whatever. And you could just watch your indicators and see, like, if you would have made the right decision when those indicators line up. Okay, right now, not saying I would, but you could say, like, right now all my indicators line up the way that I like them, so I would make a buy decision. Right? And then play it out and let it play out and see if you were right. And see when you would sell. When would I make the decision to sell? Right? I'm looking at my indicators. I'm seeing when things line up. Okay, it's pulling back. Maybe now I'd sell. Okay, pause. Now let me see if I was right. Oh, okay, maybe it pulls back. Maybe that was just a fake out, right? No, this is not the free version. I pay for this. I have TradingView Premier, which is like the most expensive version only because it gives you like an unlimited number of charts, tabs, and indicators. If somebody's interested in TradingView, a little tip for you is that if you sign up month to month, and at the end, towards the end, like within the last week of your first month, you go in and cancel the auto renew feature. And it's going to ask you a reason, and you say it's too expensive. It will immediately pop up and give you a 50% off offer. 50% off discount on whatever plan you're on. So anyway, I love the replay feature. You know, when I'm like in the lab at night, like looking at indicators, looking at charts, I'll use that replay feature just to kind of test. All right, is what I'm thinking correct here? And like when I see KST crossover, I see the sentiment indicator crossover, like what is what does this indicator look like? What's MACD look like? What's RSI look like? Like, does all this stuff line up to give me a correct signal? Because you want less false positives and more positive signals that give you the right direction, and it takes a mix of indicators that makes sense to you because everybody looks at things different. So just try out some different stuff. Replay them and see how they work out. That honestly, what I just showed you, like that's homework. That's the homework you do. You spend your time replaying those charts, lining up indicators, picking entries and exits, getting used to the feeling of saying, I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm willing to take the risk here because I like where it's at. I like the way that everything's lined up. I've mapped out support and resistance. I know where those lines are. I know what the indicators look like. I'm willing to take the gamble, the risk here. Sure. No problem. I give that tip to a lot of people just because I think it's, for me, I feel like that's invaluable because it gives you the pressure. The pressure is always on you when it comes to trading, right? The pressure is always on you. So it gives you some practice with that pressure to be making that decision for yourself. And I think that's good practice, like learning how to deal with that pressure and trying to make the right decision. It's like, I was going to say it's like hitting, 15 when the dealer's showing 18 at a blackjack table, but that's not really a decision, right? There's a rule book for that and you follow it. I hope, otherwise I hate sitting next to you at the blackjack table. If you don't follow those rules, I do not like sitting next to you. Go find your own table. Play one-on-one if you want to, play that way. Unless we're playing with a shoe, like an 8-deck shoe, then I don't care because I don't think it matters. But with 1 or 2 decks, you're the people that make me. I hope somebody sees this, sees that part, and they're that blackjack player. And if they are, and they know they are, they're sitting there going, "Yeah, I don't care what you think. I'm there to make my own money." But if you don't know you are, figure out what the rules are. And play them. All right. Anybody else? Any other questions? Looks like there's still like 9 people watching. So if anybody has any other questions that I can answer, otherwise I got to get going soon. So what did we play today? Well, I closed CME. That was a swing. We did play ROKU this morning, which played out well. It's hard for me to read that on that screen, on the screen that you're looking at. So close, CME, that was the swing from yesterday. Anki, if you're still around or you're listening, props to you for pointing that one out. Thank you. That one did well. The ROKU puts this morning for 231 to 290. Those paid out pretty quick. That was a good play. And then I did Facebook calls, which I lost money and then flipped to puts, and did well on. Be flexible. Like, just because you think, like, I played these calls because I was following an alert. I was following options flow, and it didn't work out. And I saw that it wasn't working out, and I flipped, and I went to puts and made money on them. Did well. And then I did ROKU 140 puts, and I lost. I thought I saw some continued downside. I didn't. So we did get a drop on that. And then the ABBV 80 calls, 85 to 97, which I didn't hold because they have ER first thing in the morning. And the only other thing that I'm swinging is currently Twitter. I do still have some ABBV, but it's longer term. And I'm not worried about it. Long term. So far Twitter's working out. Yay, Twitter. And I can't remember and I didn't put Snap on there because I was in that before I even started streaming. The rest of these plays I think the rest of the ones on this list were since I started streaming last Thursday. So all in all, today was a good day. It was a green day, more green trades than red, and profitable. So, I'm not going to tell you guys numbers, but higher percentage of green trades than red trades, and a higher percentage of profit than loss. We'll see. I took a loss on the hedge on the SPY puts. Maybe. I don't know. Still got a day. But it really wasn't. I used those options as an insurance policy against my long positions. So I'm okay with it. I wasn't expecting necessarily to take a profit on those. I was protecting myself. All right, if nobody has anything else, then I'm going to call it a night. It looks like one more person just joined. I don't know who, but if you got any questions, throw it out there real quick because I'm about to call it a night. Or an afternoon because I have a lot of trick-or-treating ahead of me. I don't have a costume. I'm a little sad about that. What's a quick I could make a ghost costume. Ask my wife if she's got an extra sheet. She'd love that if I cut some eye holes in her sheets. And if you are on YouTube, I can see those messages as well. They show up in here. It looks like there's 3 people watching on YouTube live. So if you have a question, you can ask it in here too. I can see those. But if nobody wants to speak up, we already gave away the sticker. The sticker was the big giveaway today. Wait, last week was cool because we gave away a shirt, a Black Box shirt, and we gave away a free month to Black Box last week. And that was based on the Guess the Close contest on Twitter. So that was cool. And I'm going to do another one of those soon. The shirt was for the first 100. It was for number 100 subscriber on YouTube. Just started this, so I'm going to be doing I'll give away something at every milestone. And I'm thinking about doing, some of you that know me on Black Box, maybe have seen the custom builds that I've done for other Black Box members, some of the computers that I've built. That's kind of a hobby of mine. I enjoy it. I've done it for a long time. It's easy for me. And I've done a couple custom builds, and I'm thinking about doing some sort of raffle where you actually have to buy a raffle ticket. Like you'd have to, because I'm not buying it. I'll pay for part of it, but I'm not buying it. But some sort of raffle when we get to a certain number of subscribers and followers and that sort of thing, where I'll give away one of these custom built machines that you can if you're in Black Box, you can ask people who I built a custom trading machine for, and somebody will speak up and give you the review. Maybe I'll interview one of them. That'll be fun. If you didn't catch the interview with Pistol Pete last night, go look on my YouTube channel. It should be there. It is here on Twitch from the live stream yesterday. I haven't had a chance to edit it and cut that, slice that part out, but it was really good. Pistol Pete is awesome. Pete, if you see this, thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. All right. I don't see anything else. So, with that, I am out. Y'all happy Halloween. Enjoy your night. And I plan on being here again tomorrow morning. It's freaking me out because Twitch keeps changing numbers, and I want to make sure I get all the questions answered. And then somebody else pops on, and I'm like, all right, there's one more person. Whoever just joined, I don't know who you are, but if you have a question, feel free to ask. Got to make everybody happy here. I don't have very many of you following, so I got to make everybody happy. Got to make sure everybody gets what they need out of this. But it seems like we've ended the point where people are actually responding, so I don't know if they're just watching me sit here with a chart in front of me or what. I'm not really sure. But if you don't speak up, I can't help. All right, I'm going to play a commercial. Let's see how many people drop off when I play this commercial. We got 9 and 2. Let's see how many people drop off. All right, I'm watching the stream, and I don't see a commercial play. Do you guys see a commercial playing? Yeah, I honestly don't know. Anyway, all right. Well, you guys have a good night. Catch you tomorrow. Be here 7:15ish a.m. Mountain Time. I plan on streaming again, going live, talking about charts throughout the day, talking about my trades. Hopefully, we'll call it some more winners. I think if there's anybody that is following these trades this week, you aren't red. Let's put it that way. It's been good so far. We've been pretty consistent. I think we had one loser yesterday, a couple winners. But I'm supposed to end with this. I do not provide investment advice. I am not telling you what to buy and sell. This is on you. It's your decision, not mine. You make the decision on whether or not you follow that trade. I have nothing to do with it. I am not licensed. I am not a professional. I'm just showing you how I look at charts and what I think. So